You imagine floating weightless, like satellites in the black sky. Will I eventually evaporate into a black hole? Or would I just stick up there? I know I sound a little crazy. I just wonder if the empty space would make me go insane. But if there's only one thing I do know, I'm here. Switch. Switch.
town.
I wonder if they're gonna clear this. Oh, my god, the Valkyrie!
Triple tripper from Paul.
Krieg is still boosting up. Krieg is still boosting up.
Oh, but then Krieg gets it!
And a beautiful spray down from Axios. He gets a third as well, and a fourth.
Wait, where is it? Where is it? Oh, hello. We're live. How are we doing?
Hello,
How are we doing?
welcome
Good
everybody.
afternoon, good morning, good night. Oh shit. Oh. I mean,
Happy
no.
time zone, everybody. Welcome to the Contenders Cup.
Yeah. I hope everyone's doing well. Oh no, we got caught off guard. This is not good. I'm blame our producer. Blame our producer. Our producer's at fault here.
But welcome everybody. My name is Pikachu.
And I'm Kira, or I'm Kira. How you guys doing? I hope we're in for we're in for some incredible game today. We're ready. We're pumped. We got some caffeine in us. We got some food in us, and we're ready to go. We're ready.
Yeah, and I hope our teams are ready to go today. So today we've got our round robin best of threes for the Contenders Cup, and our teams will be playing for a spot in finals next weekend.
That's right. And for today, it's gonna be best of threes coming up. We got Senior Slayers versus Finn Ivan Young's fathers. This is gonna be a good matchup. Be ready for it. And when all the players are ready, we're ready to get into it. And just to talk about some expectations. Yeah, talking about some expectations. I'm ready to see some fun-filled League of Legends. I don't want to see Xante, Renekton, Nar, Yon. I want to see some Riven. I haven't seen Riven in a while. I want to see Riven. Riven's cool.
Hey, they did play
Bring
Riven
her back.
today in the LTA North.
Exactly. The Shy played Nidalee top. So listen, we need to bring back carry tops. That's what I'll say. And I've had enough. I've had enough of Cassante. So I hope the teams do not play Cassante today. Please don't play Cassante, please. That's all I ask. Play
No
Nidalee. Play Nidalee
Cassante,
top.
only Riven top.
Become the
Got it.
Shy.
This is a new kind of fearless, I think.
This is new rule. It's the new rule. No, it's
The ultimate
new
fearless
rule.
draft.
I'm implementing it personally.
Caster's draft for you.
No more Cassante. This is how we'll be doing. Listen, if you want to find out how we're gonna do tiebreakers, this is how we're doing it. We're gonna make the teams for everybody. We're gonna make the drafts for everybody, and you're just gonna be like, you have to play it. You get to be our little dolls, who we get to mess around with our little teams. That's how we're gonna.
So everybody will be playing Bravery on Arena, essentially.
Exactly. We're just gonna randomize champs. But no, on a serious note, the meta, thanks to Fearless, has been shifting around so much. that we've just seen like creativity like we haven't seen before. We've been seeing Nefiri is back in the rotation. We've been seeing Gwen jungle. Some people have been trying out Zeri in the jungle. So it's been a creative couple months for Fearless, and I'm sort of excited to see like what the teams can bring with it too.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I do think that side select will be really important in a lot of these games, given that red side you're now having to pay the Nefiri Gwen tax ban. I think that's going to be really interesting to see. I do think that's going to be the priority pick for whoever wins these coin flips.
Absolutely. Yeah, and another thing would be Gwen in general has sort of been like a trade pick for... Wait, is my thing lagging? Hello?
We can hear you just good.
Oh, good. Oh, God. I was like lagging out. I felt like my internet got spotty. Oops. Sorry, everybody. My internet got spotty for a second. But I was going to say that even with the Gwen Nefiri, we've been seeing a lot of like... There's been a game of Dr. Mundo in the jungle as well. If anyone has been following the EMEA scene, we've seen Doctor, we've seen the Doc himself in the jungle. And he's been performing really well. So it's like, once again, get creative. Maybe we'll see a Zillion top. Who knows? Maybe we'll see you'll bring the Zillion back to support.
Zillion Karma top lane.
Exactly. But I don't know, how do you feel about the lane swap being removed in many ways? Because it has, again, also, I think, forced a lot more creative picks with the lane swap being banned. We have been seeing more carry tops come back into the mixture.
I like it. I do think it makes top lane a lot more relevant again. I also think from a viewer experience that lane swaps are so boring to watch. You know, I don't want to have to see Ornn having to lane against two bot laners. Like, I was tired of that. So I'm kind of glad that they got rid of it. I am glad that they did change it, because I do think that at one point, it like the lane swap like debuff area counted the Raptor camp.
Yeah, it did.
So it made for some really, really funky levels 1 through 3. Where you were constantly getting debuffed for roaming or anything like that.
Yeah, there was a really funny thing where if you put your Fiddlesticks decoy in a bush, it counted as like a lane swap because the game couldn't recognize it as
that it wasn't the actual champion.
Yeah, so like it would just be like lane swap detected, and it would just like alert everybody within mid and top lane, and it's like, oh, fantastic, great.
I wonder how that worked for clones like Nico clone.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm guessing they patched it out by now, but back then it was so spotty. But yeah, in general, I'm having a great time not watching Rumble Ornn just sort of like delete the wave and 4 people just standing around in the lane, just sort of being like, okay, when's the next wave gonna come so we can dive you and get things moving.
There's definitely been a lot more movement. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm really excited that we're actually going to see some action. Hopefully we get to see some more dives instead of this kind of like everybody play and just like farm minions for the first 12 minutes of the game, for sure. It looks like we are getting into draft for game number 1, Senior Slayers taking on FIYF. It looks like we've already got the Kiana ban.
Kiana? I guess someone on the other team is really good at Kiana. But yeah, we are getting the Kiana ban. Let's see if they want to stick to meta and just ban out the Nefiri or the Gwen. Let's see what FIYF come up with. But in general, what do you think the goal for Senior Slayers and FIYF is with these drafts? Who do you think they want to get?
Well, it looks like we are already seeing these priority junglers that we've been talking about banned, and it does seem like Senior Slayers right now, they're already hovering the Silas ban, potentially looking to target ban mid lane here. It looks like, yeah, we're getting mid laners versus junglers ban, 2 really like priority roles here. We did see in the LTA North today, all the MVP players were either playing mid or jungle, so very target heavy on those 2 roles.
Absolutely, and the Silas ban also brings up the potential pick of an Ahri, because we do know a classic counter to her has been that Silas, which we have been watching in a lot of different regions sort of insta lock him as soon as the Ari has been spotted. So let's see if Senior Slayers do want to pick up this Ari for themselves, and if FIYF want to ban out the Gwen too and sort of stick to, you know, what the meta is reading. And
ooh, that is going to be
Swain.
a Swain ban. I actually really like that in response, because if you're banning Silas, a lot of times that does signal you want to play something like the Swain or the Alistar, something that Silas really, really thrives on taking the ultimate away from. So I do think that's a smart ban coming over from FIYF. I am anticipating a third ban potentially being that Gwen that we were talking about, being able to flex from top and jungle, and as well just being so strong. Right now, you know, I believe she got nerfed recently, but there it is, the ban number 3 on the Gwen with the Jinx taken away from FIYF as well.
Yeah, the Jinx has been sort of a very, you know, middle of the pack pick. We have been seeing a lot more Kai'Sa, Ezreal, Jhin, especially Jhin. We've seen what Guma could do with that Jhin during the T1 DRX game. So Jhin has been an incredible priority pick as well. But let's see what FIYF want to come up with these bans too. Wait, am I fucking stalling out again? Shit.
All right, there is that Ari locked in, just like you were saying there, Kira. Ari, the blue one pick for the side of Senior Slayers.
Oh my fucking god, my internet. Hello?
Okay. FIYF here looking to lock in that first pick in response to the Ari, looking like they will be picking up their support player here in the Braum. Oh, that actually will be Tristana locked in. Tristana potentially can be flexed from the mid lane to ADC. So like that as a first pick. Not as seen very much in the mid lane right now. That could be going towards the FIYF ADC. The Braum was hovered earlier. Braum right now seeing a lot of pick very good into engaged champions, so really good if you're looking to protect the Tristana. That will be LeBlanc locked in the mid lane against the Ari. So both mid laners for both teams locked in now that Tristana will be going towards the AD carry position. Will Senior Slayers be looking to pick something up in the bot lane or potentially in the jungle here? Ezreal now the
on what
hover.
their priorities want to be. Wait.
All right, looks like that will be the Ezreal. Very safe. That will be, you know, very high damage, really, really safe laning phase. And that will be Poppy. The hover now, potentially a flex pick, can go support. Really, really good into, you know, a lot of champions that utilize dashes. So I love the Poppy here. Able to use the W in order to stop any dashes in their tracks. And that will be the Braum hovered earlier, so that will be FIYF's bot lane locked in here, and now they're potentially gonna look to ban towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I'm back. My internet was getting very spotty over there, so thank you for taking over for a little bit. But yeah, the Braum pick coming in, a good sort of matchup with the Tristana. We can have the Braum go in. As soon as the Tristana jumps in, the Braum can follow, combo a little bit with her, so it's all fantastic, all great for her. The Poppy pick in retaliation, I don't know how this Braum is going to do into this Poppy, because this Poppy can be flexed to jungle, the Poppy can be flexed to top, so it is a flex pick for now. But coming up with these bans, let's see how FIYF want to retaliate. They take out the Nocturne, which is an interesting ban. I guess they are scared of it, but in general, there's no one for the Nocturne to sort of match up with. And in return, Senior Slayers take on Master Yi. So a lot of these carry junglers are starting to get banned out. Let's see what FIYF want to do in return with these bans. So far, they're just sort of hitting the junglers, the top lane, sort of just being left alone. No one really targeting it. So I'm kind of curious to see what the thinking for both these teams are with what their top lane picks are going to be. Here comes the Wukong. Again, another jungle pick, a very strong jungle pick as well, especially in this meta. And let's see what this final ban of Senior Slayers is going to be.
I kind of like the takeaway of the Nocturne and the Wukong here, two champions that can really have backline accessibility on their own. So really trying to protect this Tristana in the backline. And Bessa, no public executions going to be this game. So that will be one top lane ban.
on the side of Senior Slayers. Absolutely. I do like the Wukong ban and the Ambessa bans coming in for both sides. I think the target was this Tristana, and I think FIY would have wanted to get on this Ezreal one way or another, maybe with this Ambessa. So both teams sort of taken out champs to get to the backline very easily, especially with Wukong and Nocturne with their clones and, you know, the ultimate. And the Viego lock-in slammed for FIYF. Let's see what Senior Slayer is saying in return.
Yeah, Senior Slayer is getting a lot of value on the Poppy here, and with her anti-dash capabilities. Every single champion on FIF potentially going to be canceled by this Poppy W. So really looking at this champion pivotally, that is going to be the Aatrox locked up in the top lane for Senior Slayers.
I love this pick. Yes, I love this Aatrox. Aatrox is going to do so much damage, but be careful. Depending on what FIYF can go, this Aatrox can be countered by the Gnar to keep him at this range to make sure he doesn't come close. And the Lee Sin.
Well, that was not the
is an
pick that I was
interesting
expecting coming out of
that's an
Senior
interesting-
Slayers.
Who would your target be? It would only be the Tristana.
Yeah,
But
you'd really have to be
I'm
looking
excited to see how
backline
this
towards
Lee
the
Sin
Tristana.
plays. Absolutely, this is a full send comp because LeBlanc can get away, the Braum can get away. The Braum is too tanky for that, and the Viego as well can sort of get away. So I'm interested to see how this Lee Sin will play into this comp. However, let's see
Malphite,
what
the
final
lock
pick
in
for
here.
FIYF is. Ooh,
That looks like that
Malphite.
will be Malphite. Yeah, I do actually kind of like the draft on the side of FIYF a little bit better in terms that it's a little bit easier to play through. They have a lot of really easy to identify go buttons with the Malphite if they land a Viego stun, you know, LeBlanc making a flank with the chains, and then if they get engaged on by the side of Senior Slayers, they do have the Braum ultimate able to kind of peel for the Tristana. So I do think their comp's a little bit easier to play. I am interested to see how Senior Slayers is going to execute this comp, potentially with some side lane picks utilizing the Orianna and the Lee Sin to do something like that.
Absolutely, but I am scared for FIYF because it is a bit AD heavy with your Tristana, your Malphite, your Viego. So it is a bit AD heavy on the side of who's going to do damage. So, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing Senior Slayers build those ninja tabbies. I'm looking forward to them building some Deadmans, maybe some Randuins. So a lot of items for Senior Slayers to sort of build up and protect them from the sort of incoming damage from FIYF. However, FIYF do have a better theme going on for themselves. It's a very simple front to back. They want to place this Malphite in the front. They want to place this Tristana in the back, and that's how they want to play. They just want to take their fights. Very simple.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this mid lane matchup is going to go. The Ahri and the LeBlanc, both champions that like to kind of clear and roam. It looks like we're going to see a lot of movement towards the bot side of the map. So, you know, having both the Ezreal and the Tristana, both champions who can kind of buffer CC and kind of make a getaway with their movement abilities. So it'll likely, I think a lot of this game will come down to which mid laner can move first.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an incredible matchup. This LeBlanc, I feel like, is a bit more favored and will probably scale so much better into that late game compared to this Ahri, especially if this Ahri isn't going to start running hot from like the go button. So it just really comes down to how this LeBlanc sort of out CS's, puts his Ahri behind and gets the engine rolling for the team.
I'm interested to see what Ahri build we're going to see in this matchup with the new Roa Leandri's Riftmaker build coming out.
I love that build. That build is so funny. Oh god.
It just makes you like so much
The Roa
tankier. The only downside
does.
being that, of course, you don't have the Malignance available, so you're not able to, you know, just kind of ult around the entirety of the map. That's it's just a very different playstyle than what you're really used to, but you have so much more survivability with all the HP that you get from your new items. So excited to see how the Ahri plays in some of these extended fights where maybe you're able to get more than one major charm off on a priority target from the side of FIF.
Absolutely. And you know, we can see how much that Leandri's Yeah, absolutely. And we can see how much that Leandries would also come in and sort of like help out so much in these instances and sort of melting these like heavy tanks like Braum and Malphite and putting in that extra damage as well. So yeah, we'll see how this Ari plays out. Maybe they switch it up and get the Malignance instead, and then into like your Leandries, and just don't build anything else in that set 3 items. So we'll see what happens within the game. We'll see how their mid lane wants to take this game forward. However, in the first place, they have to get to that point, and I'm scared of this LeBlanc, because this LeBlanc is, you know, someone who can put them behind very quickly.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how this game goes. It looks like we're going to be headed to a short break before we go into game number 1 of Senior Slayers versus FIYF.
Absolutely, but before...
Welcome back to game number 1 of the Contenders Cup. We've got the Senior Slayers versus Fan Ivan, Young's Fathers, and it looks like we've already got a little bit of action going on in the jungle. We've got Giga Chad here doing a little bit of a leash. Looks like there was a little bit of an attempted invade as we see the level 1 already. Kill has to flash away, pop the barrier on the Ezreal. Braum now taking a little bit of a low. We've got a lot of action here. Not really what we were expecting. We were kind of waiting for that level 2 power spike for some of these engages to happen, but it looks like we've got already a very, very scrappy game happening. A little bit of trading up here in the top side of the map as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And the goal for this entire game right now is for this Ezreal and Poppy to sort of like make sure this Braum and Tristana just don't get as much going down in this bottom lane, and they already get the pigs, and this is exactly what I was talking about. This double kill going straight over to the side of Senior Slayers, putting this Braum and Poppy back in spawn, now completely taking away all their farm, and this bot lane matchup is just going to be so hectic and so tough right now for the next 5 to 10 minutes for the side of FIYF, and they need to like sort of just weather this storm right now, because now it's up to Senior Slayers to keep up this pressure and keep up this momentum, so it's to make sure this FIYF can't get back into the game, especially in this bottom lane. Now coming to the side of the junglers, this Lee Sin now has a free way to sort of enter and invade the side of FIYF, seeing as how much push they got, so let's see if he wants to take advantage of that.
Yeah, really, really unfortunate there. If you're Atticus, you know, a lot of Tristanas like to jump in level 2 with the W, but having that double kill level 1 with Ezreal already at 3 minutes here, having his tier and the extra longsword, it's going to make the lane so difficult to play. I wonder if we're going to get Gak coming over to the bot side of the map to kind of help his bot lane out, but it looks like we've got a jungle invade going on here. Both Delulu and Gakop kind of looking for the Raptors of Gank Machine, but not much to be had there. Looks like Milky Eye taken really low, no mana really. Will Giga Chad kind of look for a dive early on here, or just try to force him out of as much XP and like CS gold as possible? We already see a couple of pings going out on the map as well, some blue side pings. I think Fionchet potentially calling for jungler assistance on the LeBlanc.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, and look at the warding situation. Mm-hmm. Yeah, look at the warding situation in this bot river. It's just fully dominated by this red vision, indicating that they do want to take this dragon for themselves and take this first dragon for themselves. So let's see if Senior Slayers want to trade for these grubs or actually fight them on this sort of dragon vision that they've already set up so early on. However, now finally, the Malphite is taking his back, low on HP, low on mana. Wants to get that reset, gets a shield for himself, gets double shield.
Oh, we already see Poppy going in, landing the stun on top of Blade Frenzy, but gets stunned by the Braum passive, taking really low hypnosis. Now has to back away, pop the potions. Big trade there for Atticus and Blade Frenzy. You know, down now a lot of gold from that level 1 double kill for the Ezreal, but able to get a good trade for them as the dragon is spawning on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Wait, hold on. Keep going.
Okay, it looks like we've got Giga Chad here. Does have teleport advantage on top of Milky Eye for this dragon if he wants. Has great positioning. Is kind of pushing out this wave. So Milky Eye, again, low on mana, has already taken his teleport. So it's going to be really hard for him to access any of the fights. It's already 1k the goal difference here at 5 minutes between these two teams, so it's going to be a pretty difficult time if you are the side of FIYF. A little bit of trading here in the mid lane. Fion, the charm not going to connect. LeBlanc landing the chains. Fion now taking down that half health. Does still have the extra potion available. Hypnosis here to potentially bail out his mid laner, but it looks like Gak OP here with the response. The charm gonna connect, pops the spirit rush, but here comes Lee Sin, and that's gonna be feats of warfare going to the side of Senior Slayers. Gank Machine with the dive gonna connect on top of Delulu, but they're able to trade one back. So that means both junglers now down. No more fighting for this dragon to be had. Grubs are now live as Fionchek cancels the back, hoping to kind of push in this wave in order to deny some of that golden XP from Delulu. If we're looking at the top side of the map, though, almost 20 CS the difference between these two players. If I'm the Malphite, you know, now has the level 6 available to him. That's really the most important thing, being able to use the Malphite art in a lot of these fights. But he's just going to be down so much gold and XP. Same thing here on the bot side of the map. Atticus does not have the level 6 yet unlocked. So this is exactly what you want if you are the side of Senior Slayers, because you have somebody like an Ezreal who's going to scale so well into the late game, who's already ahead of Hypnosis here, finding Blade Frenzy in the tri-bush. Gonna take a lot of damage. That's gonna be the Ezreal ult popped there. No true shot barrage now for the Baron, but it's gonna be Milky Eye already half health yet again. No teleport available. Is just going to have to, you know, sack this top side, play weak side, because Giga Chad is being a Giga Chad here in the top lane. All right, it looks like we've got Gank Machine looking to clear his top side. Gak P making pings for this jungle, or coming towards the bot side of the map, finds the pink ward. But it looks like it potentially could be 4 down here. Hypnosis doesn't know exactly where Delulu is, has to respect the vision control that FIYF does have on the bot side of this map. As we see some pings coming out towards the LeBlanc here in the mid lane. All right. Looks like we have everybody's moving up towards the dragon as the world enders pop by Giga Chad. Milky Eye has to flash away. So this Malphite will not ever be able to come to this fight. The charm now connecting on top of Delulu. Gak OP potentially looking for something on top of Gank Machine, who lands the Q. Gak now doesn't have the level 6, does not have the Heartbreaker for this dragon fight. This wallet diff right now that's happening between these two teams, if you are Senior Slayers, you want to take a fight right now, you're up the levels, you're up 2,000 gold. And it looks like Gank Machine finds Gak OP, but he really finds 3, lands the kick. Here comes Hypnosis on the backside of the map. Braum pops the wall. The W stops the dash from Atticus. Atticus now has to pop the barrier with the Ignite on top of him. Delulu finds Hypnosis, but the charm is going to connect, and that's going to be a double kill for Ezreal. 3 for nothing right now, and it looks like kill once more. Not much to be had. Now Senior Slayers making their way towards the dragon, their prize for a huge pickup in that fight. The gold lead now extended to almost 4,000 gold between these teams. If you guys are FYIF, you are looking now, how are we going to come back in this game when we've already lost so much so early? The key to unlocking potentially any comeback for this game right now is if they're able to get a Malphite teleport and a big ult on the carries for the side of Senior Slayers. A difficult task to do with Ezreal having the Arcane Shift available to him. So are we able to bait that out and potentially find something big to get that Ezreal shut down? We're going to need gold on Tristana to be able to fight in some of these fights, because right now not having a completed item just so difficult for them. Giga Chad again trading so heavily in the top lane here on the Aatrox, doing a great job landing a lot of these Darkened Blades and pulling in with the Infernal Chains here. All right, it's gonna be Gank Machine looking for this dragon. Hypnosis kind of zoning, looking for vision here, but we've got a big fight here, fighting top lane, mid lane. All of our laners playing very aggressively. It looks like on the side of FIYF, you're wanting to do something to potentially get some gold back here. It's starting to get to the point where you're looking, are we going to start flipping fights? Because, you know, Ezreal is going to scale out of control so fast. It's going to be dragon number 1 going over to the side of the Senior Slayers, but we're going in. Gank Machine tries to dash away, but that's going to be a kill for Atticus. Pops the reset, rocket jumps in, and the bomb not enough to take down Ahri, but kill Maham here picking up Atticus. And that's gonna be a shutdown now. The Heartbreaker breaks the heart of Fianchet. Ari, that is gonna be now 4 kills for the side of FIYF. It's exactly what you're looking for. They drop the dragon, but they're able to pick up so many kills. And in a fight like that, where you're behind so much, being able to trade, even if you go even, is just so worth it. They aren't able to get the shutdown on the Ezreal. Ezreal still has that barrier available in the next fight, but not having that all-important flash could be that go button that they need to be able to do something with the Malphite ult. And it looks like we are back live now. Giga Chat here, farming in the top lane as we see pings coming up for this set of grubs. Gank Machine and Hypnosis here. Blade Frenzy finds the ward, is able to see them, but just a little too late. That is going to be 6 grubs for the side of the Senior Slayers. Braum now popping the wall so as not to take too much damage from Fianchet. They're able to pick up so much in that dragon fight to be able to get a little bit of this gold back, and luckily able to get it on top of the Tristana here. Both mid laners now landing their CC on top of each other. We've got Atticus now swapping up to the top lane against the Aatrox, who has to pop the World Ender there. Are we looking to see a potential dive as we see Hypnosis and Gank Machine are in the Tribush? They were spotted. Braum now popping the Unbreakable. It looks like not a lot to be had there. Tristana now jumping in. Giga Chad taken down by the last bit of the rocket as well as the Malphite Q, and looks like they're gonna want more. Lee Sin popping the kick, but it looks like he's going in for the backline. Finds Atticus, and Atticus will fall now, taking Gank Machine down with him. That is going to be a 2-for-1. These are the fights that you're really looking for on the side of FIYF to close down this gold lead. Now 3,000 gold between the two teams, not as bad as it was before that first dragon. So this is what you're looking for to get back in the game. A lot of the gold now sitting on top of this Tristana. Braum now popping the shield. The LeBlanc passive popping there. So 2 taken down to low HP, but it's gonna be Delulu picking up a kill on Hypnosis. This LeBlanc is so pivotal, landing a lot of the chains that's making it possible for FIYF to make these plays. Even though they're down, even though they have a big gold deficit, really looking for the aggressive plays that they need. And it's gonna be now Blade Frenzy, and Gank is caught out, lands the Q on top of the Krugs in order to make his escape, but now we see Fianchet making their way down, has the Spirit Rush in about 30 seconds, but it's gonna be Atticus jumping over the wall, finds the bomb on top of kill. The Flash Charm not gonna connect on Atticus, but the Lee Sin Q, well, the Unbreakable not gonna be able to stop him. Gakko P finds himself in a bit of trouble. It's gonna be Hypnosis with the Ignite taking down the Viego. If I'm Milky Eye, I am unhappy in this top lane, stuck between an Aatrox and a hard place. That's now going to be first turret as well, going over to kill Maham. And that's going to be another kill now for Delulu, showing really that Delulu is the Solulu. 4-1 and 2 here on the LeBlanc. You know, in a time where your team is down so much, being able to really shine and have impact as a mid laner by finding a lot of these picks out. Fianchet going to be able to walk away from this one. The Braum Q not going to connect us there. No Winter's Bite going to be taken out of this Fox. And we'll have Dragon spawning here in just under a minute. It looks like the Senior Slayer is now looking for the crab, setting up vision together as Hypnosis is able to sweep and clear a lot of the vision just set by Blade Frenzy. Really looking aggressively on this Poppy. Walks potentially into 3, able to land the stun on top of the Braum, but just walking up so fearlessly, understanding the state that the game is at and how strong they are. Braum now looking to pop the Winter's Bite, lands the stun on Poppy, pops the Unbreakable. Here is Atticus, but it's a little bit too late. Gets the chunk, but no kills just yet. It's going to be Gank Machine and Co. who are going to have positioning for this dragon. It looks like the call from FIYF potentially to not contest. We have some hovers here, but it looks like they're just going to be coming through the mid lane. We have some resets coming out here. The dragon down to 1k, and that's going to be dragon number 2, picked up by Gank Machine. All right, 4,000 gold. Now the deficit, it seems like FIYF, even though still behind, has really slowed down the state of the game to a point where they can potentially make that comeback. The problem being that a lot of their gold is sitting on the LeBlanc. If we're able to get the Tristana to a place where she has 2 to 3 items so that she can really have a lot of damage and impact in this game, because somebody has to be able to get through, you know, the Aatrox, the Poppy. So somebody really has to be able to shred through some of the beefier members of this squad. Gonna be Giga Chad, the unstoppable Forza, hits him like a brick, and here comes the Lulu. He has to pop the World Ender. He's gonna get low, pops the potions, but not gonna be enough. The Lulu goes unstoppable. The Keeper's Verdict knocks one away, but now Hypnosis finds the Death Realm and a gray screen with it. Now Delulu here having so much impact. Now they've got 3, and they're prized the Rift Herald. Delulu here lands the chains, has to pop the barrier. Kilmo having to pop the E. Delulu flashing forward. Kilmo in a little bit of trouble. Shut down. That's the gold that they needed for FYYF on top of the Tristana, working her way towards 2 items. That huge play set up by basically every chain landed by Delulu on the LeBlanc to really make the comeback for their team, closing this gold lead slowly but surely as the gold lead now drops down to 1.5k. Viego now picking up the Rift Herald. Hopefully they can use it to maybe kind of open up the map. All turrets for the side of Senior Slayers still standing. Can Gakop use the Rift Herald in order to really open up the map? Because they do have champions, despite not having any of the grubs, that can do damage to turrets with the Tristana, who can constantly be proccing the E on top of the turrets to get that big damage off. So hopefully being able to use that, potentially able to crack this mid lane and really open up the map for their team.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. For now, FIYF do want to focus on just taking out these turrets and slowly building their gold lead back up. However, Senior Slayers, having the Sit Scrub, having the Rift Herald, want to make sure they use it in time for the next dragon so they can like take over the game.
Let's see, Gank Machine popping the kick on top of the Lulu. Wow, gets the shutdown, and it's gonna be really hard for FIYF to fight without their fed carry here. Looks like they're looking for more as Gank Machine and Hypnosis are looking towards the Gromp. Atticus gets a lot of damage on Kilmo here in the mid lane. And it's going to be Gank Machine able to take a couple of camps off of Gak. Will he find him now on the Wolves? It looks like Viego's finished them. Some pings coming out, but Viego able to make his way out of his jungle safely. Giga Chad potentially looking for the Aatrox W. Tristana utilizes the rocket jump, gets to safety. And it's now, even though Gakop has the Rift Herald, it's gonna be Senior Slayers with their 6 grubs picking up that mid lane turret, and now they're looking for camps. Gakop watching helplessly as these Raptors are taken away. Can he get the smite for them? Does get it, is able to finish his jungle item. Still has the Herald available, but no more camps to be done here. He is down about 40 CS here to Gank Machine, so he's really hoping that he can find a way to get levels. 2 levels down now to the Lee Sin. Just really hoping right now that he can find a way to scale, as Lee Sin hopefully will fall off towards this mid to late game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This Viego just needs to focus on sort of, you know, building up his CS, getting to farm, making sure, and a wonderful charm coming in by the Ahri. However, the LeBlanc just steps away, kites it out, but they might be setting up for a gank here. This Ahri needs to be careful. Needs to make sure she isn't getting too ahead of herself with the amount of damage she's been doing. The Otacon has now been spawned. Let's see if any team wants to make a play for it. The control ward has been dropped down. Here comes the scan. They might be setting up for an Otacon start. This might just be their only chance back into the game, even though FIYP have been getting a lot of good trades recently, and we do have a little bit of skirmishing happening. And the reset coming in So let's see what they want to do right now. They are hovering a lot in this bot river. The Tristana nice and easy farming up this mid-wave turret. The Lee Sin taking out this red buff, making sure this mid lane turret doesn't want to fall, because if it does, they can move towards the Otacon immediately after taking priority in this mid lane. This is their goal back A, and Hypno is setting up ready for this dive. However, it's just this back and forth little dance that they're trying to do just to make sure that nothing is really happening. And here comes the stun into the wall. The Braum already procs the shield. Everything getting popped. The W getting popped too, but nothing happening.
Oh,
Just
the
a little bit of
Unbreakable
health
not
bar
gonna tag anyone
differences.
either. There it is. Delulu comes over the wall, gets so much damage on Fianchet, but who has so much health now with the Roa build available. So has to get the reset off, does have the teleport available to get back into the fight, but it's gonna be FIYF who start the dragon, now down to 6,000 gold. The Keeper's Verdict here, gonna tag no one. And it looks like the dragon's just gonna go over them, but it's gonna be Gank Machine who kicks Gakop away. Gakop still lands the smite, but it's gonna be Braum who goes down. Melky Eye finds himself between a rock and a hard place, doesn't have the ult available anymore. Gank Machine here lands the Q on top of LeBlanc, but here come the ethereal chains. Not gonna keep the tether on top of them, no stun available, and it's just gonna be Gank Machine picking up a couple of camps now in response. But that first dragon for the side of FIYF, huge pickup for them. You know, denies soul point from Senior Slayers, but it is gonna be the Slayers who now look to Otacon, as FIYF had to take their recall.
Absolutely, a wonderful try coming out from Senior Slayers, getting into that pit with the kick too. However, good smite from the side of FIYP, making sure that that dragon is theirs. And as you said before, so that they don't get the soul point. However, they have given up this Otacon, and this Otacon can hit once they get another couple dragons under their belt. We know what this guy can do, especially the XP buffs, which comes with all those flowers. So we just got to make sure that FIYP, once again, they want to scale. They want to make sure that this game doesn't fall into a frenzy. They want to play this back and forth. They don't want to get into these too many of like chaotic fights, just like the Braum got caught off guard like that one time from Hypnoist. So they want to make these fights more structured than it has been going. Let's see if they want to take over this top river now. We have Baron spawning in a minute and a half. And here comes the Herald, just dropped in top lane, probably from being used too little too late. The Malphite tries now to ride it into a wall.
Tokyo drifts a little bit too hard, finds the wall of the top lane there and walks away. You know, we listen and we don't judge. We've all been there on our first Herald ride. So we listen and we don't judge. We see a little Timo thumbs up coming out from Melky Eye.
Hey, somebody didn't give him his driver's license back there, but you know, we all gotta try. We all fail on our first time. That's right, we all fail on our first try, you know. We just gotta give him that Herald a second time. But in the end, however, not a lot of...
It looks like Fianchet in a little bit of trouble, has to pop the Spirit Rush. Braum does pop the wall. Now, Kilmo has to flash away. Unbreakable, not gonna connect. And it's going to be the true shot barrage, not going to land on top of anybody. People taking really low, but here comes Aatrox, Wilt the World Ender, flashes in. Charm going to attack Blade Frenzy, and he's going to find himself in a gray screen. That's going to be a kill over to Senior Slayers. Giga Chad looking like he wants more now. Not going to tag Delulu. No ethereal chains connected on the team. Melky Eye here has the ultimate available. Gank Machine still walking up, though. No Sonic Wave gonna land. They are standing on top of a ward here, but it looks like they are going to back off of that fight, potentially look towards the top side of this jungle. Baron is live. We are sitting at 25 minutes here. 3,000 gold in favor of the side of Senior Slayers.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at what's coming up for the side of Senior Slayers. They're ready to move into this top, to take this tower, hopefully. That would be the best case scenario for them, but they're just removing all these jungle camps, making it so hard for this Viego to get any sort of farm going for himself and sort of have any impact into this game, which he really wants to try and have. And once again, we see a lot of ninja tabbies coming out for the side of FIYP2, and here we have a fight going on to Lee Sin. Lee Sin going, not taking a lot of damage actually. Blade Frenzy is down to half, however. So who knows how this fight is gonna go?
Sonic Wave tag and Blade Frenzy taken so low. The fade away. REQ will pick him up. Gank Machine has the Tristana E on top of him. That's gonna be a double kill for Fiange. It looks like they're looking for more. Charm gonna connect on top of Melkia. The Keeper's Verdict knocks Malphite away. And it's going to be Delulu on the run from the World Ender. Here comes Giga Chad, but they're not going to find her. It's going to be Gank Machine looking for the Sonic Wave. Not going to connect. Delulu walking away with their life. But they are down a jungler. Will Senior Slayers look for the Baron? Yes, they will. Gank Machine very low. Will look to heal a bit off of these fruits as Giga Chad tanks it up. The Unstoppable Force coming up very soon. Milky Eye looking to potentially deny the Baron here. Hypnosis trying to play Keeper. Lands the stun on top of Delulu. Has to flash away. There goes the Ignite. It takes them down. Hypnosis picks up another kill. They're off the Baron. Tristana now able to pick up a kill on top of Gank Machine, and now they're the ones who don't have a jungler. While this Baron is live, that last explosive charge going off will tank down Lee Sin.
Absolutely. What a fantastic fight coming up from Senior Slayers. Great turn coming out from them. However, FIYP, thankfully for them, they did get to take down their Lee Sin and, you know, force the side of Senior Slayers to reset that Baron. And once again, you know, the next dragon will be coming up in a couple minutes. So let's see how they want to play this out. And FIYP, their win conditions right now have to be getting this dragon, stacking it up slowly, and just stall this game as long as possible and slowly build their goal lead up, because at the end of the day, at one point of this game, they're gonna be equal to them. It just depends on how long they can sort of force these team fights out, force this stall, so that they can get back into it and just make sure these 6 grubs are pretty much useless. And we don't see a lot of cross mapping either coming up from the side of Senior Slayers to like fully utilize these 6 scrubs. And here we have a team fight going in. Here comes the slam coming in from the side of Aatrox. However, nothing much to it. Just a little bit of back and forth.
Yeah, it looks like they're just really fighting over vision right now. Braum does have the ultimate available. Here comes the charm. Gonna land on top of Melgi. Pops the Unstoppable Force into the World Ender, but Tristana now is free hitting the explosive charge. Gonna get very low into the kick from Gank Machine. Down goes Atticus as they're looking for more. The World Ender and in the worlds of so many. Kilmo picking up Delulu as Gakop running for his life. The sole survivor of his team no more. That's gonna be an ace for the side of Senior Slayers. The dragon their prize, but they have their eyes on the Baron Nashor.
Ooh, it was D-Day for the side of FIYP, and they could not come up on top. So now it's the Senior Slayers who are going to probably take this dragon and this Baron, which is going to be such a hit to their, you know, morale, to the side of like their win conditions and what they really want to do. So let's see how they want to use these lanes. Hopefully they want to push and just hard push down this mid and get as many towers as they can. And let's see how FIYP want to counter this in general. Hopefully, I am seeing a Void Staff slowly starting to get built from the side of the LeBlanc. Let's see if we see any more of those coming out to stop the amount of damage just Ahri's outputting with this Roa build.
Yeah, Ahri able to be a lot tankier in these fights and have that survivability to land multiple charms on the key targets. As well as when she's getting the reset, she's really able to find herself in the backline on the side of FIYF. LeBlanc, now very strong, has the damage, but just seeing so many people fall around her, it's unfortunate right now that 7,000 gold, the difference between the two teams, like, is it just too much to overcome at this point? You know, they have the Baron, they're on Soul Point. Gakop doing his best to try to farm whatever camps are left to him whenever Gank Machine is not invading. You know, 3 levels down to the Lee Sin, just unable to find a lot of the resets that make Viego important in a lot of these fights. He's a really feast or famine kind of champion. If you don't get that first reset, it's really hard for him to be able to get a fight going.
Absolutely, you're spot on. And also look at the itemization on this Ezreal. Already with the Trinity, he's building the double longswords. He's got the, you know, he's just got so much damage. He's got 9 kills and a death, and he's just putting this Tristana, who hasn't been able to damage this game in any way, to, like, you know, force them out. And here comes the offense. Here comes the fight.
Not gonna attack Giga Chad. Here comes the World Ender. Milky Eye finds himself in a bad place. Gank Machine. Here comes the charm from Fianchet, and that's going to be another kill for the side of Senior Slayers. Blade Frenzy has to pop the Unbreakable. Still has the Glacier Fissure available. The chain's not going to land, but the charm does. Gak OP has to back away as the inner turret falls. The Baron Nashor, they have 6 grubs. Turret after turret will go down here. Can FIYF really do anything to stop it? The charm tagging Blame Frenzy, he pops the Unbreakable to get away, but he will limp back to his base along with Delulu as they lose their inhibitor turret. It seems that they potentially have their eyes on the Nexus to close out game number 1. Gank Machine and co leading the charge. Pops the Sonic Wave, not gonna connect. Braum walking forward, has the Glacial Fissure, maybe as a last resort to try to stop this last Nexus turret from falling. And it looks like it's going to be Gank Machine walking forward. The Keeper's Verdict not going to connect. Hypnosis looking forward, finds Atticus, but it's going to be Gank Machine who falls. The last stand is here, but it's going to be the Nexus fallen as 2 hit, and that's going to be game number 1 going over to Senior Slayers. It was a really good last ditch effort from the side of FIYF to kind of protect the Nexus, to potentially get that fight, but it just, with the wallet diff and with the carry still hitting the Nexus, there's really just nothing you can do at that point to stop the siege.
Absolutely, and the whole comp just relied on diving their carries, which would in that game be the Ahri, the Ezreal, and sort of get on top of them. However, it just didn't work out for them. The Aatrox peeled so well. Hypno is fantastic job with his W's, making sure no one dashes in and gets this, Ezreal for them, playing Protect the President so well the entire game, and has just been getting some incredible slams onto them too, and just starting these engages so well. He's just been doing an incredibly good job. Some great stuff coming out from their support, incredible charms coming up from the mid lane, and overall a fantastic, team fighting team from the side of Senior Slayers. They just knew what their win conditions were, and they absolutely pounced whenever FIYP even took a step too far forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think that game is really a testament to just how fast things can snowball out of control. That early level 1 fight, giving First Blood the double kill over to Kilmo on the Ezreal so that he can just pick up that tier and get it stacking early. If you get an Ezreal on their way to a Manamune at level 1, you're going to be in trouble. And I just think that, FIYF really wasn't able to recover after that.
Yeah.
All right. So
I think the Tristana as well. Yeah, the Tristana as well being put behind so far. But let's go into a 5-minute break. Let's see what the teams can do to come back into this. FIYP did show glimmers of excellence coming back into that fight, getting a lot of good trades. So let's see if they can pull it back in the second game.
All right, sounds good. We will see you guys after the break as we go into game number 2. Welcome back, everybody. We are ready for game number 2 of the Contenders Cup. We've got Atro here on the cast.
Hello. Yes, it's me. Hold your applause. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, we've got game 2 of UCC coming up. The senior, the Senior Slayer versus Fengyan's Fathers, and I believe Senior Slayer took game 1 relatively confidently.
Yeah, just really got ahead level 1, and I think FIYF had a really hard time finding the comeback and their opportunities. There were some glimmers of hope there, especially from Delulu on the LeBlanc, but I'm interested to see how game 2, how they're going to change things, potentially even in the draft, to set themselves up for success for the comeback here.
Indeed. The Delulu to LeBlanc definitely putting some glimmers of life into that game with the picks they were able to find, but in the end it was Senior Slayers who were just too strong. Now we should be getting into the game 2 draft very, very soon. Waiting on updates for that. But before that, Rikachu, was there anything you wanted to highlight from the first game?
Yeah, I think if I had to give a player of the game for game number 1, I would have gone with Hypnosis on the Poppy. Really set up that level 1 fight in order to really snowball them. Was able to get a lot of deep vision so that Gank Machine could make a lot of these plays, could invade. If you saw, he had like a 40 CS lead at some point, had 3 levels on top of Viego, and I think a lot of that was attributed to, being really in sync with his support, roaming around the map and getting a lot of priority before these objectives.
Yeah, I think jungle support synergy when it's good can definitely be very, very strong, and Hypnoise definitely one of the best sports at this tournament. And so
But
pardon me.
I do think that there's going to be, I do think that we did see like signs of life though from FIYF, and I'm really excited. I want to see something that can play maybe a little bit safer the first couple of levels if we're looking at their bot side. The Tristana who loves to go in level 2. If you're giving up that level 1 kill, then you're losing a lot of pressure in the early game, and just like losing that ability to snowball, which I think really made it difficult going into the end of the game.
No, you definitely want, and a sort of an AD carry that's definitely able to play that sort of, at the risk of sounding oxymoronic, a strong weak side. The Ezreal definitely a good option for that, though I'm not sure if we're playing Fearless draft here. I wasn't filled in on that.
Don't believe so, but we can double check with production for sure.
Yes, I've unfortunately not been filled in on the details, but that's all right.
I'm interested to see though if we're gonna see something a little bit stronger come out from the top side. I know Milky Eyes was really pushed in on the Malphite for a lot of that early game, but it was Aatrox who ended up being 0-3 at the end of laning phase. Had a lot of pressure, but lost a lot of gold from a lot of these early deaths. So I'm wondering if we're going to kind of see a switch up, if we're going to kind of flip and see maybe like a strong side top laner and more of a scaling safe AD carry. I would love to see something like a Varus who can have like that early pressure, but who has a great team fight ultimate. If they space well, can do a lot of damage. You can do something different with the builds if you decide to go poke or on hit. I just think that's just a lot more of a flexible champion if you're on the side of FIYF. So if we could see something like that, or a champion like Ashe who can be that heavy damage dealer, but at the same time provides a lot of utility, with the hawk shot, especially with somebody like Gank Machine who's going to be looking to invade your camps. Having that hawk shot available to find him and kind of help your jungler adjust his pathing accordingly could be really pivotal to their team, especially in the early game.
Now we're talking about AD carry choice, and opinions are constantly divided on this one, so I wanted to get yours. The Jhin. What are your
Jhin.
thoughts on the Jhin in this current meta, and like, what do you think it has a place, or do you think that it's just a bit too it's a bit too esoteric and lacking in that consistent damage?
So I think Jhin can be a great pick. I don't think it's slammable. And in a situation where in fives, a lot of times you're wanting to pick AD carry in those earlier rounds, it's really difficult to slot him in. Especially when you have, if you slam Jhin on B1 and then you're looking into the face of 4 tanks, now essentially you don't have an AD carry.
You're looking into, let's say, like a Maokai, trying to think of other tanks.
Ramus.
There we go. But I'll have to get you to hold that thought as we are getting into the draft. As I think we have a bit of a visual bug here on our draft program. That Viego is meant to be a Kayn, but apart from that, this will be our drafts. As we see the Nuffery being opted into by the side of the Senior Slayers. This is a pick that's very much picked up since the mid-scope rework with the swapping of that W, with the swapping around of the W and the R.
Yeah, I think really interesting the adjustments that got made here for game number 2.
Yeah, the Samira is quite interesting, as well as the Poppy into the Rel. That Samira Poppy versus Kai'Sa Rel is not exactly the most common of bot lane matchups that we'll see, but I would hazard to favor the Samira Poppy here, as Rel is gonna have with that steadfast presence. I feel like the Rel's gonna have a difficult time in getting any sort of work done on the Samira, trying to interrupt her before you can get that I almost said devil trigger, inferno trigger down into the match. The Jace and the Zed mean that they're going to be a team that's fairly stacked on AD. Not a lot of AP threats here, but there's no sort of true tank on the side of Senior Slayers. So I think that it's going to be interesting how these players are going to adjust the builds based on these compositions, because the value, at least for Senior Slayers, the value of armor is at an all-time high, and the value of MR obviously absolutely in the gutter.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I'm looking at these two team comps, if you look at Senior Slayers, it's a lot of champions that right now have a high value in competitive play. Whereas if you're looking at a FYYF, I wonder if they slotted into more of their comfort champions this time around. You know, their backs are against the wall. Are they just going to play the champions that they're really comfortable and they think they can steamroll the game on with the Samira and the Zed? Because it does feel a little bit more like a solo queue team comp if you just, take a quick glance at it.
Definitely. And that Zed I would expect to see. I would more expect to see something in response to the Syndra. I want to say the Orianna, but I feel like a bunch of LCK watchers are going to come in and brigade me about the fact that Orianna actually has an awful matchup into Syndra and all of that. But that's not to say that the Zed can't get work done. It's still a Zed. And
I mean, Zed is a.
I would hazard to say he's pretty strong at the. I would hazard to say that he's pretty strong at the moment, but we are getting into game, as we'll have to see if we're going to see any level 1 shenanigans here.
It looks like it is going to be Gak OP kind of looking to see if he can find anything, but Fianchet does kind of sniff it out. Will we see Gank Machine and Fianchet look for that 105, 110 ward on the Raptors? That does kind of tell you where they're starting. Kayn does like to start on the Raptors, is able to do that for his level 1 camp, but it does look like you know, the ward. They're spawning for it, not gonna land the dark spear there. Everybody's kind of gonna walk away. But Delulu notably did get the raptors on Nefiri's raptors. Got that early vision. Both mid laners were able to drop that down, so both sides are going to know which side of the map these junglers are starting. I do like the Zed counter pick into the Syndra. It is really, really strong. But if Zed doesn't get ahead early, is he going to be able to stop Syndra from scaling once she hits her 100 stacks on the execute? Looks like the early jump in from Hypnosis on the Rel. Able to get a little damage here on top of Atticus to start off this level 1. They do like to play this aggressively, like in the last match, them getting that early double kill. So will we see them get to do something before Poppy is able to get that steadfast presence going to stop a lot of these engages? Hypnosis now walking up. It looks like they're playing for that level 2 as Giga Chad trading up in the top side of the map. Hypnosis, they hit the level 2, instantly walk up. Atticus has to respect it, walks away with Blade Frenzy, waits for the wave to push into them so they can get their second ability.
Yeah, no, as we see a bit of a trade come through from the side of Reap. I believe that is. I can't read that. But we'll moving swiftly on from that. The Jace and the Gragas. I feel like the Jace Gragas, he is one of those lanes where it might constantly look like something is happening, but in reality, there isn't actually much happening at all. Because the Gragas is definitely going to be perfectly willing to trade his health bar for the Jace's mana bar, and then recover using the happy hour passive. But then Jace is going to be able to get that mana sustain through the hammer form. And so I feel like it's just going to be a big stalemate on this top side. Where
both top laners really just neutralizing each other. Yeah,
but we're gonna have to hold that thought as the Kayn is being invaded. He gets hit by the crash down, and that's first blood. That's just first blood. An early invade.
Going to Gank Machine here. We talked about how Gank Machine loves to look for these invades. Is looking to take as many camps as possible away from Gak OP. So are we gonna get to see more lane priority coming out from his teammates so that he can kind of start to defend some of his camps? Oh, the shadow coming forward from Delulu. The scout of the week not going to tag them. So Zed able to get a little bit of damage here. Syndra autoing back. Both mid laners popping their potions. So I'm loving seeing like the early trading here from both sides. If you are FIYF, knowing that you have a little bit. Oh, that's going to be the scout of the week tagging Delulu, the shadow forward. And now he has to flash away. Thought he could Living Shadow through the Syndra E. Gets tagged by the stun and shadows forward anyway. Puts him in a tough position. But now we hear Gak OP here on the top side of the map. Giga Chad out of mana is able to walk this one out, but pops his potions. Might have to take a look for a reset as we see bot lane going for reset themselves. Gank Machine here looking on top of Zed. Knows that he's flashless. It's going to be Fianchet though who has to flash away. Delulu tagged him with the Ignite. It's not going to be enough. That's going to be a kill going over to Gank Machine. 2-0 to start this game. Here comes Gak OP. Can Fianchet slip this one out? Kayn coming over the wall. Picks up the mid laner for Senior Slayers. Gets a kill for himself.
Yeah, no, the FIYF weren't really willing to go for that dive on the top side, despite the Gragas not having a lot of mana. As the W there doesn't cost a lot of mana, is going to make the dive so much harder, especially because the Humble Trespass not available and not there to drop that aggro. But we can see these
on the bot side. Shattering Strike gonna tag him, but Hypnoise finds himself in a bit of trouble. Uses the W, crashes, come out, and it's gonna be kill mode. Looking for a little bit of HP to trade back on top of Atticus. It's gonna be Hypnoise taking a reset now. Dragon is up as Gak makes their way up to it. And it looks like we potentially could just see a trade of objectives here as Gank Machine is looking towards that first set of grubs. They did get 6 grubs in game number 1. Will they look to really play for a lot of this structure control as well in game 2? Both mid laners have the level 6 unlock. It looks like Delulu getting a lot of damage on top of the Syndra. This is a really dangerous time if you are Syndra playing into the Zed matchup. Just because anytime you don't have the Scatter of the Week available, it is going to be really, really difficult for you. Fionchet already itemizing towards getting that Archangels to get that extra bit of shielding to stop Zed from being able to pop her as she scales into the late game.
Indeed, as yeah, these top laners just continue trading back and forth. Not much action happening there. The CS remaining relatively even across the board. Nexi Fox, though,
like Milky Eye finds himself in a familiar position, really low underneath his turret, as Giga Chad is shoving into his turret now.
Yeah. As we might see some action on the bot lane, but the Scout of the Week going to hold off that trade from the side of Delulu. No Deathmark committed to follow up. The Inferno trigger still not available for this Samira. Meanwhile, Gank Machine, the main lead he has there is that 1 kill. But
it is about 1,300 gold right now for the side of Senior Slayers. They do have a lot of money in their pockets. You know, Gank Machine having a couple of camps on top of Gak, and it looks like Rel using the crash now and gets pushed against the wall, taken really low. Will Atticus look for the kill? Here comes Kilmo. And here comes the flash. There it is. Samira picking up a kill for herself. We talked about, you know, are we going to see more aggression coming from the bot side of the map with the Samira Poppy? And that's exactly what they need. Now able to get Samira a little bit ahead, and she's walking forward. Kilmo has the killer instinct available, but able to use some potions. Still has the biscuits available for a bit of that sustain, because as the wave crashes, she's aware that Blade Frenzy can look for the dive here. We see some pigs coming out. Delulu's here on the bot side of the map. Looks like they're going to call off the dive plans. As Syndra is TPing towards the mid wave, is going to get a lot of priority there. Gank Machine walking into their jungle, finds Blade Frenzy, but it looks like they've got friends. It looks like a 3v2 popping out here. Gank Machine having to flash away. Kane pops the ultimate as Blade Frenzy gets tagged by the Ignite. Here comes Syndra as Hypnoise picks up a kill for themselves. That's actually going to be 2 as Fionchet finds the Lulu.
Yeah, there's just action back and forth between the teams. Gak is going to get tagged up by the Rel, but with no killer instinct and no teammates nearby, there's not much else that's going to come out of that. Hold that thought, though.
Here
At the
comes
flash.
The Fury, the Shattering Strike pops on top of Atticus. Atticus is looking for the ultimate. Kilmo has to pop the flash as Atticus finds not 1 but 2. Hypnoise now getting the kill on top of Samira. Here comes Gakop looking for more, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. Everybody else walks away because here's Fionchet, who looks for it on the backside of the map, pops the Scatter of the Week, and Hypnoise gonna fall. Came back to the fight to help out Syndra, but they were just so low. Gakop able to flash away, so Syndra's not able to get the kill here. And now it's Blade Frenzy who's looking for a wall to pop her into. Delulu here has the ultimate available. Will he look for the dive on top of Syndra here? Will potentially pop the death mark, and it looks like they're gonna call the play off. Just action back and forth over and over again. These kills getting traded back and forth by both teams. I love how aggressively they're both playing. It seems like game number 1, it was really just Senior Slayers going full throttle, and now we're really starting to see FIYF answer back.
Indeed, I actually do believe that Delulu managed to get a solo kill onto the side of the Syndra before all of that chaos went down. But it was just like 3 solid minutes of fighting, and but when the dust settles, Senior Slayers still have a very, very minor lead as these players back, and some of them are still looking for these first items. The Voltaic Cycler Sword onto Gak OP, Gank Machine kicking up that Eclipse for the rest of them, and Atticus as well, managing to pick up that Collector. But now it's going to be Senior Slayers who have prior on these grubs, and I don't think FIYF are going to be able to do anything As Hypnoise now.
That's Hypnosis. Yeah, Hypnoise finding Gak OP in the tri-bush, looking to really zone. They spot out the ward. Kane now potentially looking over the wall. Does have the Umbral Trespass available. It looks like 2 grubs now going over, and that will be the full 6. Full 6 grubs over to the side of Senior Slayers, just like we saw in game number 1, really prioritizing these grubs. It's going to be Nefiri looking for the dash on top of Blade Frenzy. Doesn't land the second Q, but here comes the Magnet Storm. Not going to connect. That has to flash away. Here goes Delulu. Has to use the Summoners to get out. Ignite is tagged on him. Taken very low. He's down, but he's not out. Will look to recall. But Giga Chad looking for more. The cast comes out, and it's almost enough. But almost is not good enough. Delulu will take the recall back to safety. That is a lot of summoners. You know, Giga Chad did pop the flash and the ulti to try to tag him there.
Yeah, no, he'll barely be able to make it out with his life is Delulu. As we see the Syndra here moving in against the Jace. That's definitely going to be a bit more comfortable for the Syndra than the Zed might be, but the Jace still
having to use his dash, but like not able to use a blink to kind of get away from the Scatter the Weak on her.
Indeed, as Blade Frenzy and Hypnoise may be looking to engage in some supportal combat, but there's nothing going to be found there. And they're knocking on the last of these plates as we've just got a minute before those plates disappear. But, yeah, the Kraken Slayer now finished for the side of... I can't read these names. I apologize to these players. For the side of the Kai'Sa. Hold that thought, though, as Gakop is now being dived on. The Rust has been found, but he just gets burst down before the Umbral Trespass can come through, and Gank Machine and the Syndra linking up for an easy kill.
A great look there from Gank Machine using the Call of the Pack to get on top of Gakop there, you know, who didn't have the flash available. So great look from them. That is another pickup for the Syndra, who is going to slowly start to scale to a place where she can start one-shotting a lot of these carries.
Indeed. Delulu now this tower under threat. Blade Frenzy is going to be in the area, but they're going to be forced to give up that turret. As yeah, this lead is starting to build for Senior Slayers. The Cask, a bit of a party cast, but...
the little thumbs up knows that, you know, he's spending a big cooldown there, not able to really get much out of it, but we see a little thumbs up. I love when we see the cheekiness out of a lot of these players. You know, 3,000 gold now on the side of Senior Slayers. This is a really familiar position for them from last game, you know, where the kills may look even, but on... you know, from a gold front, they just have so many more items than FIYF does. Hypnoise walking out of the jungle here. They're looking for a bit of vision as we see Blade Frenzy starting to clear. Delulu getting rid of these pink wards on the bottom side of the map as we see Gakop and Co starting to ping towards Gank Machine's jungle. Poppy looks to push Rel, not into the wall though, not able to get that stun back as Kaisa grabbing some plasma a little bit on Blade Frenzy, who now has to walk away. Did get chunked quite a bit there as Hypnoise and Gank Machine clear vision for themselves. We're starting to see this trade back and forth from both sides, where they're just looking to lay down vision with their jungler and support together. Lots of pings coming through here in the mid lane as Fianchet picks up a kill on top of Atticus, but it looks like they're looking for more. Hypnoise looking for Blade Frenzy. The exhaust goes down, and it's gonna be Kane now picking up a kill on Kilmo as we see the top side dive as well. Melki the target. As the turret takes Giga Chad now with him. So many trades back and forth. Gakop finds himself alone between Hypnoise and Fianchet. The stun goes through. He dashes forward, but will ultimately fall to Hypnoise. Hypnoise playing so aggressively in a lot of these fights, even when he and his carries are very, very low. Able to take fights to their limit. So now 10 kills to 8. Their lead now grown to about 4,000 gold there. It was a good look there from Gak OP, but it just looked like the Umbral Trespass was just not enough to get him the kill.
Yeah, as it was fights across the map, but it's going to be Senior Slayers leverage the gold advantage and the slight numbers advantage that they had, as their rotations were just a little bit better than the side of FIYF. As we have some very temporary slow-mo in play, but we keep moving, as Hypno's now going to use the sweep out all this vision that Blade Frenzy is trying to build up the control ward. Probably not going to be able to go protected, as Hypno's and Blade Frenzy engaging in some supportive combat.
Yeah, Hypnoise is so tanky right now with the gold advantage, you know, is already an item and a half in, whereas the Poppy not yet finished with that first item. So Blade Frenzy does have to be pretty careful here. Hypnoise pops the W, the Shattering Strike not gonna connect, but it's Gank Machine taking a look at Atticus. Atticus has to walk this one away. It is fairly chunked out, as Senior Slayers will take a look at the tier 2 from FIYF.
Indeed. And T2 mid lane, I don't believe is going to go down. The power has been unleashed in the top lane onto Delulu, but nothing to be found.
Not gonna pick up the kill though. Deathmark still available for the Zed, as we might be seeing a dive here on the bottom side of the map. Looks like Gak and Jace find themselves in trouble. The Magnet Storm goes hop. Here comes the Umbral Trespass, but Gakop was gonna be the one to fall. That's gonna be 2 kills for the side of Senior Slayers, and they will take the turret with them as well. Dragon number 3 is up on the map. They have pings coming towards this Chemtech Drake, their prize for killing the enemy jungler.
Indeed, as there's going to be able to be much of a contest here from the side of FIYF. This Nafari just able to get so much work done here. This Bruiser build so strong. The Shojin now complete, and this Nafari definitely threatening to take over the game, as we can see that on the side of the Syndra, they've opted not to itemize toward that Archangel's, instead picking up that Luden's Companion, as well as the Seeker's Arm Guard to keep them safe from the Zed. Tier's still in inventory though, so they may want to itemize towards that Archangel Staff later, as Blade Frenzy Blade Frenzy and Hypnoise once again engaging in supportal combat.
Looks like both supports will walk away. Blade Frenzy fairly chunked out here, while Hypnoise, you know, pretty healthy. And it's gonna be Gank Machine looking forward. The dash stopped by the Steadfast Presence. Gank Machine though looking for more. Poppy pops the stun. Hypnoise with the Shattering Strike, as Hypnoise pops another kill. Here comes Samira with the ult, not gonna tag anyone, as Hypnoise has to flash away. Here comes Gak, as Gank Machine finds himself between 3, has to use the Call of the Pack to get out of it. And it looks like the cast comes through and is able to kind of put a pause to the rest of the fight. Syndra looking here, lands the Scatter the Weak, as Gak the target now. The Unleashed Power finds him in the gray screen, as Gank Machine looking to zone the rest of the squad away from the top side of the jungle, so the rest of his team can reset here. The Scatter the Weak now finding Delulu, who has to flash away. These are heat-seeking missiles coming from Friantra here on the Syndra.
Yeah, they are, as the problem here with FIYF comps is it just lacks the front line to take these front-to-back fights that Senior Slayers are excelling so much at. The Poppy does have is a little bit tanky, but they're mostly on that supportive income, not even having finished the Dead Man's Plate, I presume they're building towards, based on those components. And the red cane, sure, it might hypothetically be tanky, but the only piece of defensive itemization he's got is the Mercury Treads, as Milky is just in a world of trouble.
Milky Eye finds himself 1 in 3 now, you know, really struggling up here in the top lane, as we've got more supportal combat between Hypnoise and Blade Frenzy. Kilmo for the moment is going to respect the 1v1, but here comes the Magnet Storm on top of Atticus. Scatter the Weak tags him. Here comes the Killer Instinct. Kaisa popped into a wall, has to flash away, but they'll pick up a kill. Kilmo having to flash away. That's going to be the Call of the Pack. Now Gakop finds himself between 3 as Blade Frenzy gets out of there, but it's going to be Delulu finding Kilmo on the back end of the fight. Kane pops the ultimate, is able to get the knockup on top of 3, looks to get away, but here comes the Shattering Strike. Blade Frenzy looks to help him out, but it looks like he might lose his life as well. Blade Frenzy able to walk it away. Only Gagop will fall there as well.
Yeah, no, and a huge 3-man Blades reach with the for the knock up there. It means that Gagop almost walks away with his life. As you can see now, the components, they're most likely building towards a Seraph's, but Senior Slayers just continue to leverage this lead in the game. It's now ballooned all the way out to 6,000 gold.
Yeah, as Senior Slayers find another one, Delulu falling here in the mid lane, found himself between 3 members of the Senior Slayers and just with no way out, had no flash available, didn't have the death mark. So it's just going to be harder and harder if you're FIYF to get back into this game. You know, you're staring down the eyes of a 2-item Nefiri, a Syndra who's only going to continue to get stronger and who now has the safety of the Seeker's Arm Guard. So it's just going to be so tough to find somebody to get these kills on.
Yeah, also almost completing the Shadow Flame as well, this Syndra, meaning that if someone gets hit by 1 scat of the week, that when that power gets unleashed, they're most likely just dead on the spot. We could possibly get a check onto the stacks of that Syndra. They should most likely at least be to 100 by now, as we see 103 splinters of
Wrath. That's 103 splinters. Yeah,
I know my Syndra timings. As we're gonna see the Rift Herald be summoned up here. Delulu diving onto Kilmo, but nothing to be found as that Rift Herald now dives in. The defender taken down, and the Rift Herald potentially being taken for a drive by the side of the Kai'Sa, but she'll just ram it into the blue buff wall and set it on its merry way. Because there's bigger fish to fry here
as well. Yeah. We saw that in game number 1 from the side of FIYF. They did do a little Tokyo drifting into a wall. So you know what? Senior Slayers just returning the favor. They said, you're gonna go fast and furious, so are we, as they pick up the 3rd dragon for themselves now on Soul Point, and they now have their eyes set on the Otacon. You know, there's really no way for FIYF to walk into this, so they are just looking for priority in the mid lane. Maybe we now see some pings towards the top side of the map. Ruinous Otacon will fall, and all of those sweet blood petals going away towards Senior Slayers.
Indeed, I believe that's an 8k, that's an 7,000 lead here for the side of Senior Slayers, as we get to see the Syndra combo in slow motion, the unleashed power, and yeah, Atticus just gets absolutely executed.
Yeah, great job from Atticus there, trying to use the wall to get out of it. But now we have Delulu here popping the death mark to try to get away. No sums available as Nefiri picks up a kill for herself. Blade Frenzy knocking Gank Machine into the wall, using the Keeper's Verdict to get him out. But looks like he's able to walk away now. Giga Chad on the chase. Kai'Sa here pops the W to tag them. But it looks like the 3 members of FIYF are going to walk away today. But unfortunately, Gak OP now pops the ulti. The Magnet Storm goes down, will not tag him as he pops his flash. It's so hard here if you're Gak OP trying to get anywhere near this team.
Yeah, no, just lacking in good initiation here. The most that they have is the Poppy stun, and that's only onto a single target. The Kane just lacking in the tools to keep these players off him, and he is not long for this world, as Fianchetto has found him.
Speaking of not long for this world, I think Como might be in a little trouble, but so is Atticus. Atticus will fall. That will be a double kill for the Syndra, but now it's going to be FIYF on the chase as Hypnoise is in a bit of trouble himself. That's going to be a shutdown for Delulu. Here comes Nefiri, finds themselves between 3, gets the dash on top of Blade Frenzy, picks up the kill, and that's going to be the entire team for FIYF falling a 2 for 5 as the ace goes over to Senior Slayers.
Yeah, no, it's gone. The ace coming through for the side of Senior Slayers, as now we've hit a 10,000 gold lead. And so all Senior Slayers have to do now is dot their I's, cross their T's. Yes, that's the right. Sorry, I thought I'd got those the wrong way around for a second. Not
Astro,
English.
I mean, if you're FIYF, like, what are you looking to do? Is there any way that you can come back in this game, and what does that look like for them?
Picks. Just picks. Just isolating members. The one thing that their comp really has going for it is that is their pick potential. The Zed, the Poppy, the Jace, and so once they do get that pick, because we're gonna have to hold that thought now, as Delulu is just going to be interrupted with the Magnet Storm, and the kill is actually going to be found on the side of kill mode. But here comes Gank Machine.
Huge scatter the week coming out from Fianchet there. Now the 2 members gonna fall. That's gonna be a triple kill for Nefiri. Gak OP finds himself alone. Here comes the Rel. Pops the ultimate on top of GigaChat in hopes of delaying the inevitable. Gets over the wall, but here comes the stun. The scatter of the week gonna tag him as well as another ace for the Senior Slayers. It's just fight after fight. The Senior Slayers drop kill after kill, and now they have their eyes on the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, no, the Baron buff not required, as those 6 scrubs are going to even with Kilmo going down, this siege is just going to be so strong. The inhibitor goes down, no Baron buff required. But Senior Slayers content to play this safe, content to play the long game, and making sure they're not getting picked off.
Looking forward, pops the death mark onto Hypnoise, but it's gonna be GigaChad who's between 4 now. Atticus going forward, pops the ultimate, not gonna get a kill. Kilmo there, grabbing one for himself. Fianchet pops the unleashed power. That's gonna be enough. So the kill's going over to Hypnoise. 3 kills again, and it just seems like no matter what FIYF does, there's just really not an avenue at this point. They're just so wallet-tiff that Hypnoise can very much walk forward knowing that his team is with him. He's so tanky that they're just not able to get him. Here comes the problem with drafting this all AD comp. You know, who can get through to Hypnoise at this point in the game? Kilmo looking forward for Delulu, as we've got Gak OP looking for Hypnoise, but he's too tanky. The scatter of the week picks him up, and that's going to be another ace for the Senior Slayers.
And that might be curtains on this game, as Hypnoise looked like he was in trouble there, but with Delulu, but the issue is that's the support as the scatter of the week comes through, and that is certainly, and the week is certainly what Atticus is. He gets scattered to the wind. Senior Slayers claiming this series in 2-0 fashion. Just putting FIYF in the dirt. And that's gonna do it for this match.
Yeah, our first series of the tournament now in the books. The Senior Slayers coming out with a dominant showing in this first series. You know, FIYF looking to game number 2 to maybe get some comfort picks, some very strong members looking for kills in the Samira and the Zed pickups, but it looks like it really backfired, as it was Fianchet on the Syndra popping the most damage in the game, landing the scatter of the weeks when they mattered and holding them for these pivotal moments.
Indeed. Just very strong there, and and credit to Seniors, and credit to FIYF. There were again some glimmers of hope there. Delulu, once again, he made it happen on the LeBlanc, and he was definitely making those picks happen on the Zed. But the coordination of the Senior Slayers was just too strong. And Gank Machine, shout out to him. That Neferi, an absolute menace on that Rift. Just getting
definitely
so
showing why you have
done.
to pay your red side taxes.
Indeed. As we will be having a few more games coming up today, I believe.
Yep, I
Um,
believe we've got 2 more series to go in these round robins.
Yeah, yes, as we will be seeing Senior Slayers playing again, very, very soon against Yi Club. But before that, we will be heading to a break. So, yeah, we will see you guys for our next series very soon. Don't go anywhere.
You imagine floating weightless, like satellites in the black sky. Will I eventually evaporate into a black hole? Or would I just stick up there? I know I sound a little crazy. I just wonder if the empty space would make me go insane. But if there's only one thing I do know, I'm here. Switch. Switch. Switch.
saying, love it if you wanna go, I'm down. It's down that we were meant for bigger things. And this place keeps killing our dreams. And let's go, I'm saying it's tired of waiting. We can leave this whole place behind. Yeah. Oh, I'm saying it's tired of waiting. We can leave this whole place behind. I'm saying it's tired of waiting. We can leave this whole place behind. Oh, I'm saying it's tired of waiting. We can leave this whole place behind.
Better relax, blow, blow, blow. Better relax, blow, better relax.
Welcome back, everybody, to the UCC. We've just finished up our first series. Senior Slayers taking down FIYF in a 2-0 fashion. Really decisive there. And now they look to do it again in series number 2, taking on Yi Club.
Yeah, Yi Club, relatively unknown. If I quickly take a look at the players, if I have a quick look at the players, a couple of names that I vaguely recognize, but hopefully they should be able to put up a good fight against Senior Slayers, as Senior Slayers do have a little bit of an advantage coming into this, coming off the back of a 2-0 win. It's going to give them a lot of confidence going into this going into the second game, but yeah, Yi Club also will be fresh. Will be hopefully looking to take down Yi. Will be looking to take down Yi Club, same way they took down Fang Yung's, however you say that, Fang Yun Fathers. Yeah. And so, yeah, we should be getting into draft in just a second. Lee Sin ban, Elise ban, Udyr ban, and Aurora ban. A few bans targeted towards those junglers, especially towards Gank Machine.
Yi Club definitely did their homework, taking off the Elise and the Nefiri immediately. I wonder if they're going to take the Gwen for themselves if Senior Slayers don't ban it away.
Indeed. As the last ban for Senior Slayers hopefully going to come through soon.
Yeah, now they're on the red side of the map, so, you know, now they potentially have to pay that Gwen tax if Yi Club could potentially pick it up in the jungle. Looks like Cassante going to be the choice there.
Yeah. As Gwen immediately locked.
In.
I think
that's what it is.
That's immediately locked.
Gwen or Nefiri.
Newsflash to anyone who hasn't been watching League for the last couple of weeks, Gwen's pretty bloody strong. But,
I'm really interested to see why Senior Slayers let it through, if they have a draft plan, if it got through in phase 1. So it looks like the Ahri here at the pickup.
Yeah, very strong pick. Some call it overrated. But yeah, definitely a pick that is favored by a lot of teams, Senior Slayers included. As we'll have to see if they want to look towards that, like a pickup towards the Gwen, countering that Gwen. But no, they're just going to lock in their jungler. For now, the Viego also taken off, picked up. Yi Club now will have to see what direction they want to take the draft in.
Yeah, really interested. Things like the Swain still available, the Syndra there, the Silas locked now versus the Ahri there, slamming your mid laner on top of the Varus. So Varus being able to provide a lot of damage as well as the CC, reliable engage with the Chain of Corruption. Will we see Senior Slayers respond potentially with an 80 carry pick for themselves?
Yeah, no, as the Silas is a very, very common counter to that Ahri. Despite the rough laning phase, the Silas can make very good use of the Spirit Rush, as it does turn out that giving 3 dashes to a champion who is designed with 1 in mind is pretty strong, especially when those dashes reset. But the Ezreal is going to be picked up by the side of Senior Slayers, very, very strong. Well, again, at risk, once again, at risk of sounding oxymoronic, it's a very, very strong weak side, able to sort of just leave that Ezreal on an island and he'll be safe. But the Volley Bear will be taken off the board, removing what I believe is one of the more difficult matchups for that Viego. Nautilus to go as well, and we'll see if we see any more bans directed towards the jungle, as the jungler and support, assuming there's no off-roll shenanigans, are the 2 missing roles for Yi Club.
Well, I do like that they are able to use that Gwen as a flex for both top and jungle, since it can be played currently in both roles. So I like that Volley also a flexible pick for those roles, taken away by the side of Senior Slayers. No Lulu to help enhance that Varus there and to provide some protection as well. If, you know, say the Ahri is able to dash through the front line and get on top of him. So I do like that takeaway.
The last thing you want is a good old polymorph coming through onto your carry. Leona taken off the board, so looking to sort of remove the hard engage options for the Senior Slayers here, but the Alistar still available. The Thresh, although that's more of a pick type character, is still on the board. Who else is Rel's still there as well.
I like kind of the takeaways that E Club did choose to take away. Because, you know, taking away the Leona and the Nautilus did really pinch them. It is really hard if they did take, you know, a Rel or an Alistar who have these ults that Silas really does like to take. So opting into the Galio for the Senior Slayers, for their support to pop with this Ezreal, is able to protect a lot of the carries with the hero's entrance. And it looks like... You say
it's for the support, but that could be a counter pick into the Gwen. That could... the Justice Punch is going to be able to ignore the Hallowed Shroud. And while Gwen can play sort of around the shroud with that Shield of Durand, it's going to be difficult for them to get in. But Seraphine locked in, and is this going to be a Pantheon jungle? I wouldn't mind this. Nope, we switch at the last second to the Wukong. I will say, I'm going to say a lot more of a stable pick, and one that has a lot more team fighting power, as Senior Slayers are going to be looking for either their top laner or their support here, and it's an Aatrox.
Aatrox again for Giga Chad. A lot of run back picks here for the Senior Slayers from series number 1.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Aatrox heal makes a lot of sense, because once the Silas gets locked in for the side of Yi Club, you have to be considerate of what ultimates you're passing over to that Silas. The hero's entrance has the potential to be quite strong, but given that Galio is going to be a support, that's not going to be really super relevant until the mid game. The True Shot Barrage is while a relatively strong Silas is going to have some difficulty finding finding what is both a good position to get that off, but also a good position to join the fight afterwards. And the World Ender doesn't really do much for the Silas there, as it's stat buffs it's stat buffs, but it's not really in those stats that you want, which is of course the AP and the ability case. But on the side of Yi Club, I like this composition a lot. The Cyclone into the Encore is an absolutely deadly combo, and that Gwen Wukong plus a Silas means the front to back is going to be almost unmatched by almost unmatchable by the side of Senior Slayers.
And if Senior Slayers, like if they do manage to get on top of the Varus and like do the same and kind of try to get on top of the backline, like Varus is able to pop the Chain of Corruption to really protect himself in this fight. So I don't know, I really like Yi Club's composition better. I do think it's a bit easier for them to play through. I think it's gonna be up to the side of Senior Slayers to look for a lot of pivotal picks, to blow summoners before a lot of objectives to really make the fights easier for them, because it's really hard for them to enter through a lot of choke points on Senior Slayers, because you always have to be worried if you see a Varus R coming through to you. Are you walking into a Wukong Cyclone that they're able to layer on top of a lot of CC there? So it's interesting. I think Hypnoise is really going to have their work cut out for them on the Galio pick, to try to clear vision and just create safe entry points for his team to get towards objectives.
Indeed. But it's also important to note, on the side of Yi Club, the Seraphine is going to have I would wager an equally difficult time getting in to get that vision. She's going to be very, very squishy, and when you have the Ari, the Galio, and the Viego, the Seraphine's gonna have to make sure that she just doesn't walk into one of those point and click CCs, and the follow up of a hero's entrance or a Spirit Rush is most likely going to spell their death. And so it's going to be a game that dances on the knife's edge for both supports, as both of them having to try and avoid those pick tools that the opposing team has drafted. But we just have to wait out spectator delay.
I think it's gonna be that classic issue of like playing an enchanted support. Are you able to get that jungle escort to get you safely throughout these dark areas in the fog of war, and set up vision accordingly for your team? I think that in, that first series, we did see, Hypnoise and Gank Machine walking through these areas together to get that deep vision. We know that Gank Machine is going to be looking into the Yi Club's jungle early in the game, and I want to see how they can kind of get priority and really defend these camps in order to stop Gank Machine from snowballing.
Indeed. I feel like unlike the Nafari into Kane matchup that we saw in Game 2 of Senior Slayers versus FIYF, the Wukong versus Viego is, I would wager, a skill matchup in terms of that 1v1. Both characters are rather weak, I would say rather strong early. But I would actually give the Wukong the edge there with that attack speed buff and the Nimbus strike and the armor stacking from the stone skin. So so the side of the Wukong's definitely going to be less afraid of invades from Gank Machine than something like a Kane would be.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I just really hope that we see, some like proactive movement coming from the side of Yi Club with the Seraphine calling for some moves up to some early grubs. We know that Senior Slayers, really favor trying to get the 6 grubs for their team. So, Yi Club having the Gwen and having people that can really take turrets quickly, I'm hoping to see some priority from them as well, and hopefully seeing more fights on the top side of the map and bigger contests for the grubs.
Indeed. We're getting into game very, very soon here. If my internal clock is correct, it tells me that spectator delay should be finishing up just about now. Unfortunately,
there we go.
Unfortunately, my internal clock is about an hour off at the moment, for reasons that I'm sure people can figure out. But
alrighty, it looks like both teams looking for very standard starts here. Not a usual 5-point, but both teams playing very defensive here. Nobody looking for those early invades, but maybe Wake Up here looking to potentially get awards. Some pings coming out from the side of the Senior Slayers. Will we see those early 105, 110 wards coming up from the mid jungles on these Raptor camps? Try to see where Mirai and Gank Machine are starting. It looks like Mirai making their way already towards the bottom half of the map. It's going to be Gank Machine looking to protect the Raptors. Unknown player here on the Gwen, already walking towards the mid lane, finds themselves between two, has to dash over the wall towards safety, so they won't have that Q for the very beginning of the game here.
I will say probably not a big loss to be forced to start the skip and snip, I believe that ability is called.
Skip and slash. Skip and slash. There it is.
Skip and slash. I guess skip and snip might have some connotations that Riot doesn't want. But the abscond and abduct not going to land onto the side of the mid laner of Senior Slayers. His name has already exited my brain.
Wake Up, the thing I definitely have to do, because it is 2:20 in the morning here in the Midwest. So we've got to wake up.
Yes.
All right, level 2 here coming out for the side of Yi Club.
Yeah, no, I will say thank you to Brigachu for joining us so late at night to cast our UCC.
Happy to be here. Oh my gosh. Of course, I am definitely happy to be here. Someone who might not be happy right now could be Seraphine. Looks like the Gallo E from Hypnoise not gonna land just yet, but a very good look from them right on the cusp of the level 2. Someone also who might not be very happy is Wake Up, taken very low level 2 by Fianchet on the Ahri. So already we are seeing these early skirmishes as these teams fighting for prio. Wake Up here taking a lot of damage from the electrocute, but Giga Chad looking for a trade of his own here on the Aatrox, playing into the Gwen. Unknown player looking to hopefully crash this third wave. They did not get an early ward on top of the Raptors. They got a more shallow ward there, so they can't be absolutely positive where the Viego was starting. So hopefully looking to crash this wave. Giga Chad already looking with the darkened blade. Unknown player in a little bit of trouble. Ignite comes down. Giga Chad with
The last tick's gonna kill it. Yeah, no.
First blood for unknown player.
Yeah, no. This Giga Chad, I think, forgetting or not noticing or forgetting that the Gwen does take ignite in this matchup. The skip and slash, meaning that the
here comes the Justice Punch tags Ares here. Mirai coming down. Hypnoise gonna fall. Ares picking up a kill for themselves. Ezreal has to pop the arcane shift to get away. Does keep both of his summoners, but gonna use the potion to heal up because could be threatened by the dive here.
Yeah, no. Has Hypnoise just getting a little bit over eager there, stepping up a bit too far. And
Seraphine with the high note there. Kilmo has to pop the barrier in order to save his life there. And it's going to be Gank Machine looking here on the bot side. Hopefully he can find something. It looks like in the 2v1 pops the stun. Seraphine hopping the heal here, flashing forward. Gank Machine picking up a kill, looking for more. Pops the double E there with the surround sound. Ares has to flash this one away. Gank Machine with the empowered audible picks up the double kill with the Seraphine body there.
As Gank Machine does manage to come in for the re-gank and bail out his team, and what we thought might be absolute catastrophe for the side of Senior Slayers has just ended up being an even game.
A huge look there from Gank Machine, able to, pick up the Seraphine body, land the double beat drop on top of Ares. And, even though he's expends his flash, picks up the double kill with that empowered auto. But it's going to be Mirai here looking for the invade on Gank Machine. He says, no, those are my Raptors. Please get away, Mr. Monkey.
Yeah. Keep out of that Raptor pit. As Gank Machine, that 2-0 early lead perhaps might embolden him. The half-bound axe, I believe that's called, already finished, and longsword company, double longsword and the dagger for the Wukong. See if Gank Machine wants to go for these invades that he's been doing.
Even though he picked up that early kill, gold's still pretty even between the two teams here. So Gwen having that bit of a CS lead as well as the kill on top of Aatrox is really balancing things out across the map. First dragon spawned down here. It looks like we've already got Hypnoise making his way up. Kilmo though underneath turret, the Justice Punch not going to tag anybody, so he's going to get chunked out quite a bit. Looks to deny a little bit of vision here in the Pixel Bush. But Gank Machine looks to start the dragon down to 2300 health, and I'm not really sure that Mirai can come and contest this. He will, have to do his Raptor camp. Fionchet drop in the ward just in case to make sure that nothing sly happens here. Gank Machine will pick up dragon number 1 for the Senior Slayers. Wake Up looking to potentially find something on the backside of the dragon fight. Nothing to be had there, so we'll happily go back to farming his wave as grubs are now spawning on the top side of the map as our top laners are continuing to duke it out up there. A little bit of trading here back and forth. Gwen does have the level advantage in this matchup, has priority to go for a grub fight as it looks like Wake Up dashes forward. The charm not gonna connect. Has the RER to get away. Gank Machine looking for something, but it looks like not a lot to be had there. Unknown player looking to hover here in the mid lane if that fight did go on any longer. It looks like everybody is back to their normal farming ways here.
Indeed, as the Spirit Rush, as mentioned earlier, is very strong. As the needles come out, the World Ender has been popped, but the Ignite comes through. An unknown player puts Giga Chad in the dirt.
Yeah, the World Ender pop, but it's his world who gets ended. He's down 30 CS and now 2 kills. And speaking of worlds getting ended, Hypnoise there pops the Ignite onto Ares, but it looks like it's not gonna be enough as we see 2 more kills down in the bot lane. I really love how scrappy Yi Club is being getting a lot of these kills down. We saw those 2 early kills going over to the side of Gank Machine, who now gets the Void Grubs for himself, but it is Yi Club who has the 1500 gold lead here 8 minutes into game number 1.
Yeah, no, Yi Club are off to a very, very strong start despite Seraphine going down. It's unknown player here who's managed to get the 2-kill advantage as well as the CS advantage, which stacks up to about another 1 or 2 kills. And so we'll have to see if unknown player is able to leverage this early advantage around the map.
I like that Gank Machine did pick up the first set of grubs there, because, you know, if you're already seeing this Gwen who's up so much gold on top of the Aatrox, if she had those grubs on top of that, I think it would really make trouble for his ability to match her in the side lane later on. We see Kilmo here getting really poked out here. Ares landing the empowered Q as the Justice Punch comes down. The Winds of War. Now Hypno getting absolutely tagged by that. The Encore popped on top of Kilmo, uses the potions to stay alive just a little bit longer, trades 2 for 1, but the double kill going over to Ares. Huge look there from the Yi Club support. Able to play very aggressively on top of this enchanter, recognizes that Hypno has already popped his dash, and utilizing that in order to make sure that he can land his CC abilities.
Yes, as Ares here, definitely going to be happy about this early lead, as we can see them opting into this lethality Varus. Not a lack of true tanks on the side of senior slayers. Only the Galio is truly going to be building towards that tank build. Means that, yeah, Ares will be able to get a lot of work done from afar with that apologies, with the Varus. But yeah, now it's advantages across the board for the side of Yi Clubs. Now they just have to make sure they don't give them up and continue to snowball this game. As Mirai now looking towards the Viego.
Then not gonna connect. Mirai walking this one away. Has Seraphine here to back him up. Ares landing a little bit of poke on top of Kilmo. And it's gonna be Gank Machine stopping the recall here for Mirai. The True Shot Barrage comes down. Fionchet walking down with the Spirit Rush. Here comes the Silas teleport on the back end of the fight. Cyclone connects on top of Hypnoise. And it looks like Seraphine was going to be the target here. Has to flash away. The Spirit Rush coming forward. She gets charms. Here comes the hero's entrance, but it's not enough to save them. Seraphine going down, trading the supports as we see a solo kill going down on the top lane. The re-engage here from Gank Machine, but it's going to miss, so he's going to have to flash away, and down he goes as well. Charm connecting on top of Mirai here. Fionchet who has to walk away. Ares goes unstoppable, though. Just a disaster. Absolute disaster for the senior Slayers. You know, they trade supports, but Yi Club able to pick up 2 more, while Gwen gets the solo kill on top of Giga Chad on the top lane as well. So if you are Yi Club, you are feeling pretty good how this is starting. 3,000 gold up here 11 minutes into the game. You know, a complete opposite of what we saw in our first series. It looks like it's going to be senior Slayers who find themselves in the deficit here in game number 1.
Indeed, as that artillery absolutely firing off from the side of Ares, picking up 2 kills there means that Ghostblade is going to be completed. And the Swifties as well. The tier in inventory means that Manamune is going to come through soon. But Mirai now, Triforce completed, looking towards this Drake. The Encore comes in.
Tags 2 into the beat drop. The steal for Mirai. And he hops the dash, and it's going to be Hypnoise who finds himself in a little bit of trouble. Wake Up picks up the kill there, and it looks like, oh my goodness, 2 kills now in addition for the side of Yi Club. They get the dragon, they get the kills, they get the scuttle crab, and they find Kilmo. Dodges the extra beat drop here as Fionchet hoping to get maybe a plate. Tags Wake Up here with a charm, but can't grab the plate there. Not a lot of constellation gold to be found across the map. There's just such a big advantage here if you're Yi Club of 5,000 gold up. You know, you're really gonna have to start looking for these shutdowns on somebody like the Varus. Ares still has that cleanse available, so just finding opportunities to find people here in the side lane. Again, it's gonna be the picks that they're gonna need in order to climb slowly back into the game here.
Yeah, as we see now, side of unknown player working on those grubs. Gonna take 1 and then content to move away. as that will be able to deny Senior Slayers the 6 grubs. The Gank Machine is coming in, will claim the other 2 with the help of the end of both his top laner and his mid laner. We see a rocket.
Yeah, it looks like is able to pick up the 5 here. Oh, the charm not gonna tag anyone, but here comes the needlework. Gank Machine the target as we get a double kill on the bot side of the map at the same time. All across the map, Yi Club is able to make the big plays when it matters. 5 grubs there going over the side of the Senior Slayers. Really all it can really do is just deny Gwen even more split pushing power. But small consolation prize for the 7,000 gold deficit they found themselves in.
No, and yeah, the grubs, like, yeah, it seemed like they were going to be able to get the grubs cleanly, but the collapse comes in from unknown player. Those needles just able to make the Gwens chase down, but so strong. Mirai now though might be caught out. The clone with the clone available just means it's going to be a failed heist on the red buff. No more harm to be found. And this bot lane of E Club continues to dominate, as we saw the double kill coming through earlier. The Varus Seraphine coming through for big damage, as the True Shot Barrage is going to be grabbed by the Silas. Used on the wave.
Yeah, it looks like Fianchet has already swapped down to the bot lane. Not really sure if he can hold against Ares and the Seraphine here. As Gwen now has 2 levels up onto Giga Chad. Looks like a little bit of a scrap here. Here comes the World Ender. The needlework is available, but it looks like it's gonna be Gank Machine on the backside. Gwen goes immune, but I'm not sure that you can immune death. She gets taunted. It pops the needlework again, and it's a huge shutdown for Gank Machine. Senior Slayers send 4 for the Fed top laner. Unknown player going down. It looks like they will trade the bot lane tier 1. The True Shot Barrage looking to tag someone. Wake up the target. Not gonna land any damage there, but does stop his continued push in the mid lane. Fianchet will walk into the jungle, potentially find Mirai. Looks like Mirai is successfully able to take away the blue buff from Gank Machine for that top lane play. Fianchet finds himself the target, will find the charm. The hero's entrance comes through from Hip Noise.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, the Gwen may be immune to a lot of things, but she ain't immune to death. But the cross map from Yi Club means they will be able to maintain their lead with the bot lane tier 1 going down. But now, as we approach this 16-minute mark, we'll be starting to want to look towards the Drake and the Rift Herald. I believe both the Drake not spawned yet, but the Rift Herald very much alive.
Oh, it looks like Gank Machine's taking a look again at unknown player here in the top lane. Giga Chad taken very low. The needlework gonna pop him down. Jungler cannot protect you now. They needed to send 4 for unknown player, and he says 2 is not enough to get me. Dragon here spawning on the bot side of the map now, as Gank Machine finds himself stuck top side to try to stop Gwen from taking the tier 2.
Yeah, you never want your jungler to be the one who has to match in this side lane, but with the side of Giga Chad going down, means that Gank Machine will be forced up towards that top side, and that means he gets drawn away from this Drake, and Mirai wanting to take very quick advantage of that.
It's gonna be Mirai starting the dragon here on the bot side of the map. Kilmo popping the True Shot Barrage to potentially go for the ulti steal. It's gonna be Gank Machine, the solo mission, potentially looking for the steal away, but Wake Up is here. The chain's not gonna connect. That's gonna be Mirai picking up a second dragon for the squad. Gank Machine looking forward on top of Wake Up, and it's gonna be Giga Chad popping the World Ender a bit early in this fight against Gwen. Not much else to be had there, as it looks like Ares picking up mid lane turret number 1 for Yi Club.
Yeah, they'll march on towards that mid T2, and I'm not sure how much Senior Slayers can do here. Giga Chad Chad just continuing to hemorrhage objectives in the top side, but we see
Oh, the Spirit
charm
Rush
come
coming
in.
for the Encore, not gonna connect. Here comes Viego. He goes unstoppable, picks up the huge shutdown on top of Ares, who popped both summoners, only to be sent to the gray screen. Great look there from the Senior Slayers. I mean, that's exactly the shutdown that you guys are gonna want to get. This Varus, you know, he's already on 2.5 items. Ezreal trying to play catch up here, still working towards that Monamune on his side. So that's exactly who you want to find in these fights. You're down 8,000 gold. Great look there from the Senior Slayers, but it looks like they've got to continue sending for a lot of these pivotal picks.
Indeed, as yeah, getting a pick onto the side of Ares is absolutely huge. You see, the Manamune completed but not yet upgraded into the Mirror Mana means that Ares is going to be a bit low on power until the rest of that spike comes in. The Ezreal, though, still sitting on scraps, only just finished the Triforce, and looking to finish the components of that Manamune. Meanwhile, Mirai, 3, 0, and 6, 2 full items to his name. He is going to be extremely strong in these fights.
This is what we were talking about before too, with Seraphine being able to provide vision for her team. Because they're just so far ahead, she is kind of able to freely walk into this jungle because they have so much pressure across the map. They have the wave states that they want to, and it looks like one of the Beat Drop's gonna tag Hypnoise there, just gonna have to dash away, finds himself to safety. Unknown player waiting in the wings here for just the right target to step up a little too far. Doesn't find anyone, so they're gonna have to walk back down to the bot lane. Otacon potentially the target, as it's going to be started here by Mirai. Hypnoise and Fianchet potentially taking a look for Wake Up on the top side. They might not even be aware that the Otacon has been started. Wake Up here just going to walk this one away, as you know, 4 members of the squad are taking the Otacon. That's going to be ruinous, and the Blood Petals to go with it for free. Over to Yi Club. Now Senior Slayers starting the Rift Herald in return. But it looks like the call from the Yi Club gonna be just taking a look full force on the bot side. The World Ender gets popped, but it's just too much damage. He finds himself in a tough spot as this Aatrox, as he's gonna go down, and tier 2 turret along with it. You know, Senior Slayers now grabbing themselves the Rift Herald as their consolation prize, but can they stop the push from Yi Club on the bot side of the map?
And we'll have to see what they can do, as they do be sieging up onto this inhibitor. And there's just no response here from Senior Slayers, being forced to give that one up. There's only so much they can give up before they're just completely out of the game. Mid tier 2
Two-shot
also
Barrage
going
coming
to go
down
down.
mid lane.
Two-shot Barrage,
gonna be able to
also
stop
going to go
them.
wide.
Oh, and Silas says, I'll send one right back to you. Not going to tag anybody in the base. The emote here coming out from Kilmo. Right, we've got some resets taken here. We want to keep an eye on this Viego and where he decides to send this Herald. You know, they did lose a lot for it. They lost Aatrox, they lost their tier 2 bot lane, they lost the inhibitor turret. This Herald needs to be high value to really make that play worth it. We have Dragon number 4 of the game spawning in less than a minute. Now, will the Senior Slayers look to make a high value play to force E-Club choose between Structures and the Dragon? It looks like they're going to be pushing their eyes set on this mid lane tier 1. Ares looking to clear the wave here as the Shirelias gets popped by Seraphine. Senior Slayers have to back off from the chase. Gang Machine walking away here. Looks like no CC gonna connect long term, and it's the TP now coming out from unknown player, and they say you may have the Herald, but we have the push. It looks like the Hero's entrance coming in from Wake Up. Unknown player finds Hypnoise, and he's gonna go down. The Encore gonna tag Giga Chad, him the next target. Kilmo the third, and it's gonna be Fianchet. No Spirit Rush available, who gets chased into his base. And Gank Machine tried to find something on the backside of the fight. Mirai popping the Cyclone, goes unstoppable. Fianchet, the last man standing for the Senior Slayers, facing down 4 in the base. trying to defend these Nexus turrets as Yi Club takes the inhibitor for themselves. Mirai solos the dragon, and Yi Club walk away with almost everything the Senior Slayers own.
Yeah, I know. For the people who are confused as to what happened in that fight, Yi Club have really, really big wallets compared to Senior Slayers, and they've just walked up to Senior Slayers and smacked them with the wallet. The item advantage is just way too strong as we see the Death Cap, an extremely nice hat, completed for the side of Unknown Player, as the Medjai Soul Sealer picked up by the side of Wake Up. And
Yeah, that
Edge of
10-stack
Night
Medjai is going to make him a speedy boy as well.
Yeah, and also Ares with the that Edge of Night means that it's going to be very difficult to catch him out, though. They're looking on to Wake Up now as the fight breaks out. But who's...
The True Shot Barrage able to tag Wake Up there, gets taken low but doesn't go down. Unknown Player finds himself between three. Gank Machine, the target, has to flash away. Unknown Player is still chunked out but not down yet. It's gonna be the Justice Punch, gonna tag one. Mirai, the target here, has the Cyclone available but able to walk his team out, but then gets found by Gank Machine, has to pop a defensive Cyclone. The Charm landing on top of Hypnoise yet again. And down he goes into the base. Yi Club marches. They're low. They have almost nothing left to their name. And
Ares snipes out Kilmo. And that's just going to be the end of the game. The Ezreal is dead. The wave clear is non-existent. And Yi Club take the first game over Senior Slayers.
Senior Slayers find themselves on the flip side of the coin from where they were in that first series against FIYF. I mean, it was just a complete turnaround of events there. From the very beginning of the game, you know, it was Yi Club making a lot of these proactive plays. Yes, Gank Machine did get that early double kill in the bot lane, but it was really the Unknown Player show so dominant on the Gwen, really showing Senior Slayers that they, you know, you have to pay your Gwen taxes if you're on that red sign. This character is just absolutely too strong to be able to let through. You know, she did the most damage of the game, just showed so much top lane dominance, and then was able to just roam around on the map and help her team make these pivotal plays that just made it impossible for Senior Slayers to walk anywhere on the map.
Yeah, no, and I feel like you talk about those red side taxes, but you don't have to. Ban that Gwen if you have a plan to deal with it. The issue I saw with Senior Slayers was they just had no plan for the Gwen. Giga Chad got taken down twice in lane by the Ignite of that Gwen. Not itemizing into the Hex Drinker to make it easier to go into the side lane against the Gwen, and the Galio, which might have been an ideal counterpick, was relegated to the support role. And so yeah, I'm just not sure about the way the Senior Slayers dealt with that Gwen when they chose to let it through.
Yeah, I mean, Aatrox opting into the Merc Treads, but when you're down that much, you really just have to, you know, just say, hey, I'm really behind. I have to pick up that Hex Drinker. I have to pick up more MR, or else the Gwen is just going to get out of control. I'm curious to see what game 2 is going to look like with side select and how they're going to respond in kind, you know, in a similar draft situation. I wonder if we're going to see bans going out to the Varus, who was just so dominant in lane as well, you know, at the end of the game, finding that huge snipe onto Kilmo. And I just really hope that we see some big draft adaptations to account for the comps that we're seeing now coming out of the side of Yi Club.
Yeah. But we'll have our game 2 coming up very, very soon. Before that, though, headed to a break. Don't go anywhere though, because we will be back. Game 2 of Yi Club versus Senior Slayers very, very soon. Don't go anywhere.
You imagine floating weightless, like satellites in the black sky. Will I eventually evaporate into a black hole? Or would I just stick up there?
Welcome on back, everybody, to the UCC Series number 2. We have got Yi Club in a dominant fashion taking game 1 away from the Senior Slayers, who had a really great first series. So, you know, we've seen the tables being turned on them a little bit. They did let the Gwen through, and unknown player made himself known in that first game. So really looking forward to what we can see in game number 2, if we can see the Senior Slayers turn it around and put us in, you know, a 3-game series.
Yeah, gonna have to look for Senior Slayers to bounce back, but we're already in the draft, and we are turning back the clock to 2023 because that's very Lulu. All we need is Lucian Nami to round that one out, and that's a proper 2023 draft. But unfortunately, the Ezreal has already been locked, and also the Gwen isn't locked, and that's because Senior Slayers appear to have learned their lesson.
Yep, Gwen and Neferi both banned in this game. Oh my gosh.
That's a Yuumi. Yuumi alert.
Yuumi in 5s has made its way through. Alrighty, I want to see what Yi Club is cooking up here. What are we looking at? That is definitely an interesting lock. I don't think I've seen Yuumi in a game in like the last 2 years. Alright, Viego, the takeaway here. No Viego for Gank Machine. Want to see what Senior Slayers respond with, but it looks like right now, you know, they're looking at a very heavily scaling comp. They want Fianchet on the Syndra to be able to hit that 100 splinters, to be able to get that execute. And it looks like the Zeri Lulu also will scale very, very well. I want to see what champions they can pick out to kind of help them get to that late game. So that Gank Machine can have, you know, a strong early game, and then let Zeri Lulu and the Syndra take over coming late. No Darius, an interesting takeaway. We were seeing Darius jungle about a month ago, very heavily in the meta. It did get nerfed because of the monster damage, but still see some decent play in solo queue. Volibear the hover here for Yi Club, a good flex top jungle, but it looks like Pantheon potentially could be the pick now, locked in. Good flex here.
I do like this one because it's just the point and click CC for the Zeri, basically. That's its entire purpose in this comp, is to just press W and then click the Zeri. But we see, is that the Yorick being hovered? I don't think this one's going to come through. Would be very surprising. The Irelia, actually, though, with the Irelia, the Irelia ban now makes sense here because Irelia, for the uninitiated, just absolutely annihilates Yorick. Blade Surge does reset on the well, I can't call them what I usually call them on the stream. But the Yorick is and the ghouls are Yorick and his ghouls will be coming, and that's a Mordekaiser. Is this a Yorick jungle?
We've got Yorick jungle in the UCC.
Well, it's either Mordekaiser or Yorick jungle, and I would guess Yorick out of the two of them. Yorick,
just because of the Irelia ban, but
no, I mean, Yorick's jungle is a bit of a sleeper pick. It does actually take objectives relatively fast with the help of the Maiden because of the percent health damage that the Maiden does offer. But apart from that, like, yeah, the gank potential is highly reliant on hitting the E and the W. And when you're against an Aurora and an Ezreal, both of whom can just jump out of the Dark Procession, you're gonna have a difficult time getting those ganks off. But we'll have to wait until we get into the game itself to see just where these characters are going. But yeah, very interesting drafts from both sides.
Yeah, a lot of flexible picks here from both the Senior Slayers and from Yi Club. Really interesting to see how things shake up on the top side of the map. We're really only super clear on what these bot lane matchups are going to be looking like. I like that we're seeing these picks flexing throughout the draft. So when you're going into game, you really have to wonder who your lane opponent is going to be. And I wonder if we're going to see any cheeky business level 1 as a result from some of these cheeky picks. Are we going to see Yi Club look for something with the Pantheon jump? Are we going to see some nice wards coming out from the mid jungle duos?
Yeah, no, as mid jungle duo, Syndra Yorick is certainly something, but a Pantheon Aurora is definitely something that's going to be looking for pick. The Aurora definitely has a lot of damage early and can bully out these lanes that are considered sort of weaker earlier, like this. Well, the Syndra less so than something like the Azir and the Orianna, but yeah, definitely I would say the Aurora favored in this matchup. And the point and click CC from Pantheon is definitely going to unlock a lot of game.
Yeah, it's really going to be up to the Lulu to protect the carries here from, the Pantheon jump, from the Fate Sealed, from the Yone. Because it looks like they're going to try to have as much backline access as possible. Aurora obviously has, a lot of movement capability with her W and able to pop the between worlds and make these getaways. So Lulu going to have a lot on their back to try to continue to buff Zeri as well as keep some of these short range characters off of their hyper carry.
Definitely. As we should be correct. Getting to the end of the spectator delay. No, we're just coming back. We're just coming back to my ugly mug. Nice. But
you guys are stuck with us for a little while longer.
Yes. But yeah. Any other thoughts going into this game, Breachu, I guess?
I really am hoping to see something funny flexed. Like, I almost would even have loved to see like an Aurora top and a Yone mid. If you're on the side of Yi Club, I just want to see something fun happen. Just to really keep us on our toes. I think that, when you're not playing in pro play and you have these kind of like smaller leagues, I think that you can do things that are a little bit scrappier. And I love the things where you kind of like flex champions and do things a little bit out of pocket. So I'm really hoping to see a little bit of chaos as we go into game number 2. You will learn very shortly. I'm a big fan of like a level 1 invade or something, just to kind of shake things up a little bit. Everybody does the standard 5 point, but I want to see us fighting 5v5. I want to see ARAM level 1.
Remind me to ban Sion if I ever play against you.
I'm definitely an agent of chaos for sure.
Yeah, as I would suspect that like we will see just that sort of standard 5 point coming in, perhaps some early warding looking in from the draft. Not a lot of these characters are particularly strong at level 1. You're
telling me I'm not gonna see Yuumi Lulu 1v1 in a tri-bush bot lane?
I mean, I don't know. We might get them supportal combat, but yeah, I think the only real like level 1 focused ability, I'd say, would be the Pantheons with the W, though I'm unsure. I don't remember quite which ability they do start for that clear. If I had to wager, it would most likely be that W for the triple hit on the Mortal Will. Something like the Yorick definitely not going to be starting with the Dark Procession at level 1. I wouldn't like to see that, because it's just going to end badly for the Yorick.
It's just gonna end up being us watching who can clear slower.
Yes. Yep. Be getting into game in just a few seconds here.
All right, if you're senior slayers and you know right now your back is against the wall, you're potentially looking at, splitting a 1-1 here in the round robin play of the UCC. Like, what adjustments are you planning to make to potentially take a game away from Yi Club here in this series?
Well, I think the first adjustment they've made was take Gwen off the board. That's obviously been done.
That's the big one. Step one, check.
Check. I'd say the second adjustment is try and get GigaChad more comfortable in the lane, and we've got the Mordekaiser going into I believe either the Yone or the Aurora, both of which he'll most likely be able to tough out, especially with help of that of the not the Unbreakable, that's the Braum Door, I forget what it's called, the Mordekaiser W. Although there is still, we still don't know, there still is a chance that it will be GigaChad on the Yorick instead, as the Irelia ban did come through, and that is a very traditional counter pick. But we're about to see, because we are about to get into game, and it's a Yorick jungle. To what should be the surprise of absolutely no.
But it looks like we are going to see Electrocute the Keystone here for Syndra, who gets electrocuted herself. A good bit of damage coming from Wake Up here on the Aurora level 1. Some pinks coming out. Syndra looking to reset here. As we see some pinks coming out from the red side on their bot lane. Some Yuumi pinks coming in from the Mordekaiser. As well. Now, both sides really just looking to protect those Raptor wards yet again. Gank Machine kind of just looking to walk up, but Unknown Player is here to kind of protect that level 1, as Fianchet walking again into Aurora. Both mid laners proccing the Electrocute, but Fianchet taken down to about half health, and minions not even crashing yet. Unknown Player now making their move with Mirai. They are spotted on the ward in the banana bush, but Wake Up has so much priority here in the mid lane that Fianchet can't really respond if this potentially turns into a 3v3 situations. The Ignite gets popped here. The Q just gonna miss it, taken within an inch of their health, and Fianchet's gonna have to pop early potions, potentially look to TP back, as we see a 2v2 breaking out. Mirai here winning the smite fight, popping the stun onto Chi. Mordekaiser has to walk this one away. The flash pop, but it's actually first blood to Gank Machine. Unknown Player is making himself known again as he picks up a kill for himself, but a 2-for-1 is a double kill for Gank Machine on this Yorick jungle. And we just talked about how we wanted to see this early skirmishes, those level 1 kind of out of pocket things, and there we had it. We asked and they delivered the level 1 fight on the blue buff.
Yeah, no, as despite being delayed in his clear, Gank Machine is going to be very, very happy with that early 2-kill lead. We'll be allowed to get what I presume is going to be the Sheen very, very early. As we see the trades coming back and forth between Wake Up and I still can't read that name. And Fianchet. But the trade come through, the flash comes out, Fianchet taken down.
Wake Up with the solo cure here on the Aurora. You know, didn't have the ignite after that level 1, but still pops the summoners, able to get that early kill on this Syndra. Fianchet did opt for the electrocute, more of an early game rune, but it's gonna really hurt later on in the game when they don't have those scaling runes, and if they were still losing in this 1v1 situation. Great use from Wake Up there, hitting those twofold hexes in order to secure the kill. Alright, Gank Machine, we talked about how this is gonna delay his clear, so he's down about a camp. Mirai did get the blue buff early from him, but he did get it back due to getting the double kill. Nice little buff transfer there from the Senior Slayers junglers. He makes his way towards an early Scuttle Crab. It looks like both junglers on different sides of the map here, as Kilmo and Hypnoise are pushing heavily here on Ares. But it is going to be nice. They have the hover here from Gank Machine in case... Oh, Ezreal using the Arcane Shift of forward. Doesn't know that Gank Machine's right behind him. He's going to be tagged. No box put down for him. Has to pop the flash. Yuumi gets the heal to get him to safety. He gets a little bit of poke, but popping that early summoner here on the Ezreal is going to make it very difficult for him. Still does have Arcane Shift to get him out of a bad situation, but huge crucial summoner here early on that level 3 gank. Oh, Wake Up dashes forward, gets tagged and Scatter the Weak.
Yeah, no, it's tagged by the Scatter the Weak. As, yeah, the Carnage now has calmed down as it's 2 kills either way. This next kill, though, is going to be very important as it's the one required for the feat of warfare. Gonna put the whichever team grabs it in a commanding position. Ezreal not having the flash as well means he's going to be extremely vulnerable to ganks, and definitely gonna have to be careful about when he uses that arcane shift. So we see the trade.
Gonna connect. Fianchet taken very low. Aurora getting tagged by the Scatter of the Weak, but does have the ignite up again. It looks like they're gonna look to hard force on the Syndra. They want these feats of warfare to get their team ahead early. Fianchet very aware, doesn't have the TP available, but gonna have to take the reset here. Yone dashing forward in spirit form on top of Chi. Chi just looking to clear the minions. And I love these aggressive looks by the solo laners of E Club here. Wake Up now looking to shove this wave as much as possible, but it's going to be Hypnoise coming up, looking to hold the wave for his mid laner, as we see a little bit of action down on the bot lane. The UNQ tag in Kilmo has to pop the potion in response. Is down here by himself. They do know that the Lulu isn't here to protect him.
The Void Grub's going to be spawning very soon. We'll see if Gank Machine wants to move towards those early. A little bit of a CS disadvantage here, but he'll be looking to get this invade off and try and claim that claim this Raptor camp of Mirai. Meanwhile, Mirai's on the spot side and they might just be looking for the dive. Hypnoise is going to be taking a bit of damage now, and Mirai's in position to move in. All summoners available though.
Looks like Mirai looking, lands the W on top of Lulu, who has to pop the heal and the flash. Yuumi jump into tag on top of Mirai, provides the shield so the turret doesn't take them down. Ares was looking for the plate, but here comes Fianchet. The flash expended to dodge the Scatter of the Weak, but gets a lot of damage on top of Ares. Here comes Aurora, pops the Between Worlds on top of Kilmo. The shield looking to save him. Just a little bit of health as the polymorph
Scatter
comes
the
through.
Weak.
The Scatter the Weak tags too. Fianchet does not have the ultimate available, so everybody walks away bleeding, but no one goes down. But notable that we did have feats of warfare going over to unknown player on the top side of the map. Gank Machine here now looking to put him in the box, doesn't have the fate shield available. Unknown player looking to walk away after using the spirit form, has the Q3, looks to dash out. Gank Machine still looking and making sure you can't get any more of this turret, but unknown player walks to safety. Fianchet in a little bit of trouble from the Ezreal, tags them with the Scatter the Weak. Good land, but doesn't have it now if they look to defensively go in on him. Ares popping the Qs, but not able to connect. So it is going to be Fianchet walking away, but taken within an inch of his life.
Yeah, no, getting down very low. There is the side of Fianchet as but it's going to be advantage to the side of Yi Club as Unknown Player once again proving his mettle and managing to bring down the oh, that is not Giga Chad. The player has been subbed out. I did not
Oh, that
notice
is
that.
Chi up in the top lane.
Yeah, that's Chi up in the top lane instead, but the opponent just does not matter to Unknown Players. He'll put down anyone either way. The Grand Skyfall to come in toward the bot lane. The dive to come through onto Fianchet, but the flash is going to be expended. Mirai takes one tower shot too many, and he
Yumi
is
pops the
brought
final
down.
chapter, but it's gonna be the final chapter for Mirai as that's the kill going over to Senior Slayers. Huge look there, the failed dive, so unfortunate. They've tried a couple of dives here on the bot lane that just haven't gotten through. We've got Kilmo taking a lot of damage from this Aurora, who has the Hextech alternator. That is going to be a lot of damage potential from that 1100 buy. Has the Dark Seal on top of that. Kilmo looking for the back, but here comes the Between Worlds, and it looks like it's going to be Kilmo not long for this world. That's going to be another kill for Wake Up.
Yeah, no, this early power of the Aurora so strong. As the Dark Seal going to be the purchase from the side of Wake Up. Confident in this matchup. But it's,
And
it's
already
Yi
built
Club
a nice lead for himself.
Yeah, it was only about a 700 gold lead, but it's still a lead. Nonetheless. As we continue to move through this early laning phase.
Hextech Dragon on the map for a while now. Nobody looking to take it Dragon number 1 just yet. Ares looking to push this wave, but we've got 3 people from the side of Senior Slayers down in the bot lane. Ezreal does have the summoners available, but Gank Machine has his eyes on the Hextech Dragon. Unknown Player getting a good bit of damage here on Chi, as we have Wake Up getting priority here in the mid lane. Syndra looking to catch this wave now as Gank Machine on the ward, but does get to solo that dragon. That's gonna be Dragon number 1 going over to the Senior Slayers. And we got some scrap in here in the mid lane. Wake Up finds himself in trouble, has to expend the splash to dodge that last dark sphere to safety. So close to getting that shutdown on the Yi Club mid laner. Remember, Wake Up did opt to take Ignite instead, but it looks like, oh my gosh, the Fate Sealed finds an unsuspecting Gank Machine. Gank Machine looking for camps, but finds Yi Club instead. Just enough health to walk this one away. Bleeding, but not down yet. Here comes Chi on the backside of the map. Knows that they don't have ultimates available for them. Mirai finds himself in between a rock and a hard place. Unknown Player is low, but looks to help out his jungler. Flash forward, coming forward from Chi, who will take down Unknown Player. The Between Worlds is popped. They get one in return, and here comes the W popping on top of Gank Machine, but he gets the kill himself. Here comes the Wild Growth to secure the safety for Kilmo, and it's just all over the map. We're seeing again these fights. Wake Up finds an unsuspecting Gank Machine from the banana bush. You were looking for me, but I'm the one who's getting the kill. That's gonna be a 4-kill Aurora. Running for the life from Fianchet now. Doesn't have a ton of mana, isn't very healthy, as Kilmo taken very low. These Yumi Qs now looking like heat-seeking missiles. As the True Shot Barrage comes out, isn't going to find any kills, but they're just getting so much pressure here on the bot side. One Prowling Projectile could take them down, but the bot lane of the Senior Slayers is going to go back to safety.
Yeah, no, just absolute chaos and back and forth, but it's going to be Yi Club who are the benefactors in the end. They've brought this gold lead up once more, only to 1k, so it's still only a narrow lead. But it's a 4-0 Aurora, who might turn into a big concern for Senior Slayers very quickly.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Senior Slayers respond to this champion who has a lot of mobility, has tons of damage, and just like a lot of escape paths. Is Chi able to take Aurora into the death realm? Can we send her to Brazil on a little vacation? Because someone is going to have to do something about her really soon.
Indeed. So as Ares trading back and forth with this Zerayumi, but hold that thought because she is going in. The Fate Sealed comes through, but the mist blob has been landed, but they want to turn it back with the help of Mirai. Wake Up has arrived, but Senior Slayers won't be waking up as the Aurora claims another kill.
Yeah, Aurora puts them to sleep for another 20 seconds, sends them back to the fountain, and their prize looking like these topside objectives really, really played well by the side of Yi Club. It's going to be Ares trading here on the bot side of the map, just looking to clear right now. Everybody goes back to farming, but it looks like Chi has to expend the teleport because Unknown Player doing a ton of damage to this tier 1 turret. All turrets still standing. We haven't had that first turret popped just yet. But it looks like Mirai is now looking to turn the tables on Gang Machine and get an invade of his own. Going, gets tagged by the ghouls. Both smites expended as Mirai gets put in the box. Now the Scatter of the Weak takes him down. Fianchet picks up a kill of their own. The polymorph come in through the final chapter, popped by the Yumi as Ares looks to turn this fight. Kilmo taken very low as a stray mystic shot could take him down. The wild growth popped by the Lulu. The prowling projectile and the true shot barrage not gonna connect. Zeri might be looking to turn the fight here.
Yeah, it's just no kills exchanged on either side on this bot lane, but the gold lead continuing to grow for the side of Yi Club, growing out to 2k. Now the Bork finished for the side of Unknown Player means that side lane is going to get a lot tougher for the side of Chi. As Ares is going in again, but they've got Mirai in support.
Lulu has to flash away, but it's not going to be enough. That last auto coming through and a kill going over for Mirai. Now we see Gank Machine and Fianchet here on the bot side. Scatter of the Weak not going to connect. Ares running for their life. No ultimates available. Still has the flash. Gank Machine's looking for more. Tags somebody with the ghouls. Ares now walking away within an inch of his life. Has to flash the Yumi shield. Looking to save him. But it's not going to be enough. Gank Machine picking up a kill of their own on top of Ares there. That's a 4-kill Yorick now starting to make their name known on the map. Gank Machine very, very low. We're going to have to reset here before looking for Dragon number 2. Unknown Player taking that tier 1 turret to within just a few hits. Chi himself is going to find himself in a bit of trouble. Here comes the Fate Seal to seal Chi's fate. Down he goes. Unknown Player picks up another.
Yeah, no, the side of Yi Club just getting everything across the map. The ground starfall to come through, and the Between Worlds now to come in. And the flash comes out from Gank Machine, and that's going to save his hide. But this Aurora is just so strong. Hypnoise now pressuring onto him, but I don't know if there's going to be anything else to come of that, as Wake Up can just turn straight onto the Gank Machine should he try and pressure.
Yeah, great job from Hypnoise kind of pushing the Aurora off, but it's going to be really tough to take care of her. Now Gank Machine flashless, you know, was able to force the reset on an Aurora who doesn't have teleport, so maybe creating an opening, but he's just so low that it's going to be Mirai who starts the dragon. Yeah, we do have Yone here on the bot side of the map already. Ultimate still not up yet, but Chi has made their way down as well. Are they looking to contest? No, the dragon already taken by Mirai. As it looks like we're not getting a ton in response just yet. Some pings coming down from Gank Machine, looking potentially for the Herald.
Indeed, as the Senior Slayer is looking towards this Herald. Like I said earlier, the Yorick very good against these objectives, send health damage, and of course the eye going to be popped a few times. Herald goes down, and now Wake Up might be caught out.
Top of Aurora, taken pretty low, gets followed by 3 as they take the tier 1. Wake Up has to flash to get away, but saves his life and his shutdown. It's gonna be Mirai though, an Unknown Player taking down that first turret in the bot lane. Looks like they're looking for more. The Between Worlds finds Beyond Chet. And the wild growth, and just enough to save Lulu from that last mystic shot from Ezreal. Unknown player here looking for something on the back, and the flash into the fate seals Syndra's fate, and it looks like a 1v1 going on up here on the top side of the map. Oh, but he says, I've got a Yumi. That kill will be mine. Mirai picks up one on the backside. Ares pops the blast code into a kill. Kilmo going down, and so will that tier 1 turret for the Senior Slayers.
It was looking close for a while, but it looks like Yi Club have just been able to grab this game by the horns and take it over. Wake Up, despite being was not shut down, and has been able to upgrade into that Medjai's Soul Stealer, which is going to mean, and alongside the Storm Surge 3D build, and the Hextech
started out as a
the Hextech Alternator completed as well. This Aurora is just going to be doing so much damage.
Yeah, what started out as a pretty small lead there. I'm not really sure what happened there. Now, being a little bit silly, and there's fine. And noise here. Has the dodge the common smear player. Or with the Between Worlds gets tagged by the sure shot for Gang Machine left on the map. It's just so here comes the egg to make sure Gang Machine can not get away as away.
Yes, I think we're having some. Technical difficulties on the side of Pikachu, but the Ares is going to be assaulting onto that tier 2 turret. It's going to be able to take it down as just continues as we just continue to see this dominance from the side of Yi Club, they managed to bring down as we managed to bring down a few more kills. And now, as unknown players going to be splitting on the spot side, but the Articon is going to be started up by the side of Senior Slayers. As unknown player is going to be dived on by the side of the Senior Slayers, and they're going to be brought down, but it's going to be the Articon that gets traded. The Dragon, though, to come up very, very soon, and so Senior Slayers are going to want to look for this, and this might just be their avenue back into the game. As the Empower Plant is going to go out. Gang Machine is looking towards Ares, but unless the Morning Mist manages to be landed, I don't know how much work they will be able to get done. This Medjai is now 23 stacks for the side of Wake Up, as we see the Shadow Flame starting to come through. On I believe the bot side, the tier 1 turret managing to be claimed, but Mirai has come in now. This Pantheon, the Wake Up on that Aurora annihilates the side of Chi, and Gank Machine is next on the menu, stacking up that passive. And Gank Machine is managing to heal up so much, but now the Between Worlds comes through. The True Shot Barrage comes through and takes down the Syndra. Ares with the snipe, and it's only Kilmo versus the world. Ares finds him, and it's a spear to the back from Mirai that completes the ace. And that is going to be side of Yi Club knocking on the door of the inhibitor. A 10k gold
Hopefully this
lead
sounds okay.
achieved.
Sounds better.
Is she now getting dived on by the side of unknown player? The turret shots though following him, and they're going to take him down.
Nevno though has to pop the heal in order to stay alive versus the true shot barrage, but Ares looking for more, but here comes Kilmo. Pops the ulti as the final chapter utilized to keep the AD carry alive. Ares taking within an inch of his life. The ghouls tag him, and the slow bleed. The Scatter the Weak just shy of the kill as Kilmo's hoping to finally get Ares, and it's just not enough. The Yuumi keeping Ezreal alive for another day. Wake Up here is gonna find Fianchet.
But the power gets unleashed, and Fianchetti takes down Wake Up. Wake Up getting a little bit overconfident and gets punished big time.
Yeah, we talked about how this Syndra scaling is going to impact the rest of the game. We're looking at 23 minutes now. Should have the execute available, and did show that Wake Up cannot just walk at this Syndra anymore, especially when she has the ult available. She's sitting on 2 items, has the Storm Surge. It's really now just a game of who can one-shot who first.
Yeah, between that Aurora and the Syndra, both dealing in amounts of burst damage. This Zeri has been relatively invisible for most of the game. The Unitar Wild Arrows are complete, and that first Zeal item almost ready to come through. But we're going to have to hold that thought as unknown player is being dived on. The Blast Cone will be taken to get away, but the Immortal Shield Bow gets popped. The Flash and the Q3. Mirai comes in now and is looking for Fianchetti. No Scatter the Weak to speak of. And Mirai is just going to take down Fianchetti. The teleport to come in, but the Fate Sealed come through. Unknown player, though, perhaps not so confident about that play. Gets chased down by Ganking Machine and taken down by the connecting Morning Mist. Ares now has been sent to the Death Realm. Follow Flash by Chi is going to be absolutely huge. But Mirai grabs another as now the Aurora comes in. And 2 of Senior Slayer's Squish's members just explode.
Aurora said, "You cannot forget me" on the backside of this fight. That was looking so good for Senior Slayers, and the 11 kill Auroras. Now we find Gank Machine in a little bit of trouble. The Prowling Projectile not gonna connect, but here comes the Pantheon jump. Wake Up grabbing another kill for him as Wake Up Mirai look to march into the base. Fianchet, the sole survivor looking to defend this base, has decent wave clear, especially for those super minions, able to use the Force of Will to kind of toss them around and stop them from hitting the turrets. So not able to get any Nexus turrets just yet, but they have their eyes set on the Baron Nashor. Kilmo here helping with the wave clear, but it's going to be really difficult for them to contest this. The Baron now 13,000 gold, but the Senior Slayers jungler still down for another 12 seconds with no way to get to the Baron hit in time. Fianchet looking to get some vision here on the bot side, but it's going to be defended by Wake Up, who picks up a solo kill. You cannot walk anywhere that could potentially have this Aurora in it. Fianchet pays the price for walking into their own jungle.
Yeah, no, just low vision, no control of that area means that Fianchet gets punished for going greedy. The Aurora Flash popped. A bit of a fat thing there, I presume.
But now with Baron Nashor on their side, they're able to really get a lot of pressure on the Senior Slayers. It is currently 4v5. Fianchet not up for another 10 seconds as Ares is looking for inhibitor turret number 2. All 5 members of the squad in the mid and top lane here. Chi, not enough wave clear to really stop at this turret. Not long for this world as Wake Up looking forward. Yet again, they cannot walk up to this Aurora, so inhibitor number 2 will fall to the wayside here. Ares walking aggressively forward, doesn't have to be afraid. The early wild growth popped on top of unknown player, but it's gonna be Wake Up who picks up the kill on the Senior Slayers AD carry. The Grand Starfall comes in, but might go a little too hard as Gank Machine picks up the shutdown for Mirai. Fate Seals pop, not gonna connect. Gank Machine in a little bit of trouble. He's gonna fall as well. 3 members of Senior Slayers left to defend the Nexus. Wake Up taken very, very low, but gonna dash forward within an inch of his life. Chi able to not get him just yet, but that's gonna be Nexus turret number 1, and then 2 going down. Chi with it, and that is gonna be the game. Senior Slayers taken down by Yi Club in a pretty decisive 2-0.
Yeah, no, just very decisive there from the side of Yi Club. As Senior Slayers were just outmatched and outplayed. A good effort, and the game was close early, but once E Club had that lead, they just ran away with the game.
Yeah, I mean, if game number 1 was all about unknown player, game 2 was the wake up show. He said I was sleeping, but now I'm up, and I'm gonna show you the Aurora and just how dominant I can be. It's just so interesting to see just the strength you can show in lane. You know, we talked about not having that teleport available, and if that would impact Aurora's ability to have impact in these team fights across the map. But Wake Up found themselves in great positions every single time to look for these picks with the ultimate.
Yeah, no, and it's not like Wake Up was lacking in participation around the map. You can see 22 of the 36 kills that went down on the side of Yi Club were participated in by the side of Wake Up. The highest,
yeah, Wake Up having more kill participation than even the Yuumi.
Even more kill participation than his Yuumi. And sure, a few of those were him just blowing people up. But it's so important for your impact players to be able to have impact everywhere on the map, regardless of what their role is. But it's going to be Yi Club taking a 2-0 over the side of the Senior Slayers. We've got one more series coming up today, as I believe it will be Yi Club facing off against FIYF. We will have that series coming up very, very soon. But for now, we are going to take a break, and we will be back very, very soon. So, don't go anywhere, as we will see you in about an hour. See you later.
You imagine floating weightless, like satellites in the black sky. Will I eventually evaporate into a black hole? Or would I just stick up there? I know I sound a little crazy. I just wonder if the empty space would make me go insane. But if there's only one thing I do know, I'm here.
Switch. Switch. Switch.
saying, love her if you wanna go, I'm down. 'Cause darling, we were meant for bigger things. And this place keeps killing our dreams. Let's go, love. I'm saying it's tired of waiting. We can leave this whole place behind. Yeah. Oh, love. I'm saying it's tired of waiting. We can leave this whole place behind. I'm saying it's tired of waiting. We can leave this whole place behind. Oh, I'm saying it's tired of waiting. We can leave this whole place behind.
Why do you only get to see me when I'm gone? It's like the face changes its shape when you look on. 'Cause you drawn to times and places, see those same familiar faces. But when the rain will come, it'll wipe it all away. So the clouds are pouring, keeps my tears from showing, and I just can't help but hide from the thunder and the sky.
tell away from the ledge, constantly towing the edge, tempted to plunge, trying these quieting lungs, trying to drown out the fun. Can you tell me it's not the same out there, freedom in the rain? I'm ready, be ready to get ready for thoughts, and so what now? Be in my bed, stars are shining, reach out to find what's hiding. Slip your shoes, slide down in silence, strip down, just there behind me. Toss and turn, dripping currents, wait and see what comes of yearning. Surround me all around, break the barriers, time will ever, dolls will ever stand my ground.
So I'll say bye, bye, bye when I don't wanna leave. It is fine, 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 cause darling, I have seen these things don't change and you're the same, and this will never be. I'm tired of chasing you and your idea of me. It's not the words you say or the dreams you live. No stress around that, oh, you're so full of shit. All smiles and smoke, the lies and hope, cause I can finally see how good you live our life. This goddamn carefree.
Opaque and seamless peace. Nowhere to go has never been my greatest feat. A trail of memory to bend, to break, too late. I find somehow I'm missing the place I used to hate, and now I'm getting cold feet. I'm failing my way to the ground. Will be found, bound and crowned. Will be ready to pound, still and drown. Guess you find out, but would you even know how? These intersect all my down to straighten images, walking scale and telling and also slowly fade. Let's go.
Do you know who you are or what you are? Things are not things because they want to be things. Words don't speak when words aren't there. Why am I when you are who you are?
So I'll say bye, bye, bye when I don't wanna leave. It is fine, 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 cause darling, I have seen these things don't change and you're the same, and this will never be. I'm tired of chasing you and your idea of me. It's not the words you say or the dreams you live. No stress around that, oh, you're so full of shit. All smiles and smoke, the lies and hope, cause I can finally see how good you live our life. This goddamn carefree. Though is it time to stop living a lie? Maybe it's all the same, will I ever know? I'll drop that face and face the Lord, this is my guarantee. Goodbye to chasing you, my all perfect me. So I'll say bye, bye, bye when I don't wanna leave. It is fine, 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 cause darling, I have seen these things don't change and you're the same, and this will never be. I'm tired of chasing you.
ashes falling from the barren sky. Glowing shades of white and poison lined to the naked eye. Howling winds that wail in anguish and cry in rain. And all I hear are echoes of a life long gone in vain.
sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service at this time.
better relax. Blow, blow, blow. Better relax. Blow, better relax.
Welcome back, everybody, to the UCC. My name is Brigitte, and we've got Atro here with us.
Hello. I'm on the other
Hello,
side
oh
on,
my
the,
gosh.
on the stream feed. But yes, hello, I am here. I'm to your right on the stream feed.
Wait, you're telling me
Opposite.
I'm not the one on the right?
No, you're on the... Okay. Moving on. moving on. We've got we've got one more game today. We've got Yi Club versus Fan Ewing's. Yeah, I'm not even gonna try it this time.
Ben Ivan Young's fathers.
Yes, there we
Something
go.
like
Now Senior Slayers beat FYIF 2-0, and Yi Club beat Senior Slayers 2-0.
I see where you're going with this.
And so the question is, does the commutative law apply to the League of Legends esport? Now, if you ask Reddit, absolutely, they will not shut up about that. But anything can happen, and I'm sure that FIYF have gone away, consolidated their strats, and have looked at what Yi Club are doing and are trying to come up with something that'll give them the edge in this match.
Yeah, I think they spent this break time looking to scout Yi Club. I think they're ready to come back from their 0-2, and I think they really want us to have that coveted tiebreaker that we were talking about earlier on the cast.
Indeed, as hoping to put us to a tiebreaker is FYIF. Yi Club, however, with a victory would secure a finals position against side of who was it? Sorry.
The Senior Slayers?
Senior Slayers. FIYF are fighting for their tournament lives, basically. And so we'll see what they can put out. We should be getting into Champ Select, the draft, very, very soon. I am way too used to Valorant. But these, we are just waiting on the players. But predictions for this first draft based on what we've seen in the previous 4 games.
I mean, if I'm FIYF, I'm probably sending Ben straight to the Yi Club solo laners, but it depends, like, who has gotten blue side and who's gotten red, because if FYIF is stuck on the red side, how do you ban solo laners and pay your Gwen and Neferi taxes?
Yeah, that's very true, as the Neferi tax definitely one that needs to be paid, and the Gwen tax potentially one you can have a remedy for. But we are moving swiftly on into this draft, as it will be FIYF on the blue side immediately taking an offer.
All right, Neferi off the board. I find it interesting that was their first ban, whereas normally you let red side ban it away. So what I thought would happen was that if they wanted to ban one or the other, that they wait to use that to the last ban to potentially put Yi Club in a position where they have to ban both. That will be Neferi taking away Katarina. The takeaway from Yi Club. Gwen still available. Looking for ban number 2 from FIYF.
Yeah, no Gwen ban yet. We'll have to see what the second ban will be. As there it is. Unsurprising. Being
interesting.
In being taken off by the side of FIYF though, as Corky going to be the response, so high priority AD carry in recent times.
And then we're looking at ban number 3. I find it very interesting that it was blue side who had to ban both champions away from Yi Club. Be waiting on that last ban. Looks like it is going to be the Jarvan high impact jungler. So that means things like the Aurora still on the board. That looks very, very scary, but I think that the solo laners for Yi Club do have some deep pockets in terms of their champ pool. Yi Club has banned away the Nocturne, so no paranoia this game around. It's now up to FYYF to see what that priorities pick is that they wanted on the blue side. Looks like it's going to be Caitlyn locked in for them, a very high priority champ, able to get a lot of wave clear and very good at taking turrets as well.
Indeed, as Udi are going to be hovered as a response, and it's going to be locked in. And the Draven. And it's welcome to the League of Draven. As we get a Draven locked in against this Caitlyn, one of Draven's rougher matchups. The Caitlyn is skilled enough she can place a trap where the axes will fall, forcing either a drop or a headshot. The Nautilus in response makes a lot of sense. And it's going to be the Ahri follow-up for the mid
Yeah, we've seen Ahri at least once
and
every series.
It's Draven.
So far.
It's Draven Pike.
As, we have got a game here today, Atro.
Yep. As there are 3 things that a Draven Pike lane wants to do. The first is get killed. The second is get killed. The third, please help me out here.
Pay your taxes?
No, it's to snowball the game the control that the Caitlyn is just never allowed to scale. And potentially be able to stand up to that Draven as the Silas, the Galio, the Gragas, and the Yone all taken off the board. And we'll have to see what Yi Club wants to accompany this Draven Pike with, as Aurora gets locked in and I believe it was Wake Up, the mid lane of Yi Club, had a stellar performance on that against the side of Senior Slayers, thank you.
Yep.
And pardon me. The Viego to come through would make a fair bit of sense. Able to match up to that Udyr and get the resets in the fight. Just the top laner remaining to be picked for the side of FIYF.
I'm really interested to see like what they pick here. I mean, their biggest engage would be, like an Ahri Charm, a Nautilus Hook, Aurelia potentially top
Aurelia
laner
locked
here.
in.
Oh my God.
That's a pick. I mean, it's pretty blindable if the player is killed. We'll have to see what the response is going to be here. That's a no. Fiora would.
That looks a little more top lane-ish.
Yes, that would make a lot more sense.
Can you imagine what it would take to lock Lulu top? Lulu is the pick!
Oh, Lulu is the pick. Is this?
Wow!
I mean, it makes sense to support the Draven, but is this...
Okay.
Is this...
Hear
Are we
me
running
out.
Are we running the clock back to 2018 with Pike top?
No. Hear me out. Do you know who Davemon is?
No.
So he is a one-trick Pike mid player. So imagine a world where this is actually Draven, Lulu bot lane, Pike mid, and actually an Aurora top.
An Aurora top with Udi in the jungle.
It would be one of the comps of all time.
We could also be taking a page out of Contracts' book from back in, I think this was 2019, when he played a Pike jungle. One of those times you stick the Udi in the top lane, Lulu, Aurora in the mid lane, and even Lulu in the bot lane. Look,
that would definitely. There are lots of ways they could cook here.
We're gonna have to wait until we get into game to see how this composition is going to play out. And I'm sure
I do still think it might be Lulu top.
Yeah, I'm sure no one is as confused. I'm sure no one is as confused as FIYF are right now with this Lulu lock-in. as they'll have no idea where it's going, but yeah.
I'm really interested. I kind of like the Draven Pike pick from the side of Yi Club because we got to see unknown player pop off on the Gwen. We got to see Wake Up have that shining game on the Aurora. And now are we gonna see the bot lane with this really like early game carry performance for Yi Club?
Yeah. As we will have to wait out spectator delay, as we'll just have to sit tight for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, really curious what we're gonna see there.
Yes. We might throw to a break for a couple of minutes just as we wait for the spectator delay, but we will be back in game minutes. Don't go anywhere.
you imagine floating weightless, like satellites in the black sky. Will I eventually evaporate into a black hole? Or would I just stick up there? I know I sound a little crazy. I just wonder if the empty space would make me go insane. But if there's only one thing I do know, I'm here. Switch. Switch. Switch.
Welcome on
Look.
back, everybody.
There's no time to explain. We'll be getting right into games straight away. We just had a couple of technical difficulties with the players, but we have resolved those, and we are getting straight into the game because the pixel delay should be over.
I
Production,
cannot
don't
wait
let
to
me
find out where
down.
these camps are going. Oh no, blame production.
Oh,
We've made a liar out of
I
Agile.
have been debated as
Oh,
we are
no.
just loading into the. We are just loading into the game. I apologize. There we go.
There we go.
And it's a Lulu top. Not surprising.
That is a Lulu top with Electrocute and Ignite. We have 3 Ignites on the side of Yi Club. They're saying, we just want to kill you.
Yes. Macro is a myth. Murder is the... I can't think of a good way to alliterate that, unfortunately. As
Murder is the mission. Macro is a myth, murder is the mission.
Yes, I am stealing that future cast. Thank you. Thank you,
Wait, it
Pikachu,
looks like we've got some swaps going on. It looks like support and top have a swapperoni as we've got a level 1 5v5 in the works. All right, looks like we've got a double stun on the way, and it looks like Lulu was the big surprise, but is the first to fall. Maroy will fall with them, and Tweety Spray will be the third. It looks like red team now taking the feats of warfare with Atticus taking Marai down.
4 kills over to this, and 2 kills to the Draven. Yeah.
6 kills in 1 minute.
Yeah, this is the sort of fiesta you love, isn't it, Pikachu? But
this is actually, I did say I love chaos, but that's a Draven picking up 2 kills before minions hit the turrets, so.
Yeah, I'm not one to call it early, but with a Draven walking in with an extra longsword and boots into a lane, yeah, this one might be rough.
I'm just saying, I don't want to be Tweety this time around.
Yes, definitely. Tweety Spray. Definitely not in a good position. And also, not that skins are the be all and end all, but Ares there does have the I guess the sort of Draven main skin of Soul Reaver, so you know he's going to be at least pretty good at this champion. We see the Lulu. I don't know what their name is. If someone could help me out with
the
that
Ignite
one.
popped.
As Wake Up has just killed Weiwei. Yeah.
Wait, hit the charm, but Wake Up popping the instant Ignite and getting that solo bolo kill here in the mid lane. Feels so bad if you're Weiwei.
Yeah,
this is already looking to be a tough one.
As we had a bit of a JoJo moment with Wake Up approaching Weiwei, but we'll have to hold that thought. The axes get dropped. And Blade Frenzy is 1 order away from death, but the exhaust
saves his life, but it costs him his second summoner.
Yeah, as the hook comes out and it's going to connect, and Ares is on a killing spree.
Oof.
Finally the jungler arrives, but the bone skewer is beautiful. Ares grabs the second, barrier to grab the third. And this Draven is 5-0 at 3 minutes.
And not only that, we see a solo kill. Solo kill from the Lulu up in the top lane, expends the flash to grab that solo bolo on the Aurelia. We said we weren't going to call it just yet, but if I'm FIYF, I am already tilted. Blade Frenzy with the Hex Flash over the wall to tag a Wake Up here. The Charm not going to connect Wake Up without any mana, but here comes the Bone Skewer going to land on top of Blade Frenzy into the stun. The autos come in down. Blade Frenzy has no summoners to get away from this. Uses the hook on top of the terrain to walk, but it's just not gonna be enough. Mirai is on his back and down goes Blade Frenzy for a 3rd time. Lulu here finds Aurelia between the turrets. And Aurelia is looking to proxy. When in doubt, proxy it out, says Atticus.
Yeah, not a
What
bad,
is
not
going on?
not a bad way to play it. But the bone skewer now coming out, it lands, and I don't think that Caitlyn is very long for this world.
No, and
top.
neither is Atticus, because here comes Mirai. They know she has no flash, uses the dash to try to get on top of her, and that's just gonna be a Lulu on a killing spree.
Yeah. As it's now 12 kills to 3 at 5 minutes. And this full aggressive comp from the side of Yi Club is certainly getting the work done that it wants to. There's just no it's already a 4k gold, 5k gold lead actually. And Tweety Spray and Blade Frenzy are just getting pushed under their turret here. There's absolutely nothing that can be done.
They are getting proxied by Draven Pike. They can't even get to their turret at this point. If you're Tweety, I mean, you need your jungler to come down just as an escort to your tier 1. Completely, they're just getting denied all gold and experience from the bot lane of Yi Club. Blade Frenzy already below half health. Ares landing axe after axe here. Has to flash away. Pop the barrier. Here comes the bone skewer, and that's a godlike Draven. Ares with 7 kills here in 6 minutes.
Not Draven. Draven. As he's going on an absolute tear. I believe the back is going to come through, and I would not be surprised if he just finishes the full BT on the spot. As
And
already
it
a
looks
BF
like
sword
we're actually...
the BF sword and the Vamp Scepter in the inventory. The Void Grub's going to be taken by FIYF, but it's a consolation prize amongst everything else.
It actually looks like what's going to be AP Lulu here in the top lane has the Seeker's Arm Guard as the first item of choice. As unknown player taking a look. Bones here not going to connect on top of Tweety this time around, as Mirai is looking for some camps. Viego walks into his jungle and realizes it's not his anymore. Gets stunned, and that's going to be the Between Worlds going down. Mirai picks up a kill on top of Viego. Mirai here on the backside stuck with Wei, but the Polymorph coming down on top of Atticus, and this Lulu is on a rampage.
Yeah, no, this top lane Lulu getting a lot of work done, and it's only thanks to Spirit Rush that Wei is able to survive. As Ares is just knocking on the door of this T2 turret, and there's nothing that the side of Tweety Spray can do.
Yeah, Wei looks for the defensive charm, not gonna connect, but this wave is pushing in and they might just have to miss it. Here comes the execute. Unknown player. If you didn't know them before, you definitely are gonna know them now.
Yeah, as the Draven continuing to wail on that turret, collecting his cut from that Pike execute. And I'm almost afraid to ask for the gold graphs here. 7,500
gold. 8,000 gold. The difference between these two teams, Viego has come looking to tag Wake Up Blade Frenzy as well. Level 3. Wake Up dances around them. Somebody wore their dancing shoes today. Here comes Pike on the backside of the fight. Blade Frenzy has to walk away. Wake Up could have been absolutely toast there, but just absolutely danced on them. The Bone Skewer picks up Blade Frenzy, and just what can he do other than walk away?
Yeah, no, as unknown player gonna follow them down into this jungle, and Blade Frenzy has been found by Ares. Tweety Spray comes up, but I don't know if that's going to help at all. This Draven now with the full BT in inventory. And this turret might just not be enough to protect TD Spry. A couple of tower shots taken by unknown player, but
but here goes Viego on the backside.
Yeah, the flash though from the Draven is so huge. He takes up another tower shot. This BT putting in so much value. No more blood rushes to be had though with the flash. The flash Vanguard's edge is beautiful from the side of Atticus and manages to claim both of the kills. But it only puts a small dent into the massive lead that Yi Club have.
But if you're FIYF, then you've slowly got to start chipping away at that gold lead, and else you're just... This game is looking doomed. So Atticus, they're picking up 2 kills for themselves, able to get a massive shutdown on Ares, the absolute thing they need. Right now, 25 kills in 10 minutes as Wake Up, the electrocute proc, absolutely annihilating Tweety. Tweety still does not have their ultimate unlocked. 3 levels the difference between these two. Blade Frenzy here, but it doesn't really matter. The Between Worlds gets popped. And it looks like Tweety's gonna have to leave this one alone. They're not even gonna be able to farm safely under this turret. Aurora jumping in, not able to land that last bit of damage for the kill there. But looks like E Club able to pick up their first dragon of the game. 26 kills between these teams in the first 10 minutes here. And it looks like Ares running down Atticus here, just auto after auto. Atticus looking to dash away on top of Mirai, and it's just over. Mirai picks up a kill for themselves, and now they're on a killing spree. Wake Up chomping away on the mid lane tier 1. No one can really defend against them. Between Worlds about halfway to up right now, as Void Grubs are spawned on top of the map. I don't really know any way that FIYF can make a play for these. Tweety just got back to lane, already completely chunked out, and it looks like we've got a brawl here in the mid lane. Mirai caught CC'd forever by this Nautilus, and Mirai picks up 1, but the shutdown going over to Tweety. Unknown player looking here with the bone skewer, not gonna connect. Tweety now with the double buffs. This is... You know what? This is the best that this game could be going for them at this point. But looks like Aurelia here looking for the 1v1 Draven out of mana, but not out of autos. But Atticus here with the pickup. Atticus now with almost half the kills on their team, using the Vanguard's Edge to get, again, a pivotal shutdown onto Ares. This is them chipping away at the gold lead. Almost 9,000 gold still the difference between these two. But if there's a way that they're going to come back, it's by getting that Draven over and over again.
Yeah, the hubris, though, completed, and that's definitely what Draven is feeling as Tweety Spry just exploded. Off screen,
looks like Grubs a fight here between the two. Blade Frenzy caught between a rock and a hard place. The polymorph comes through, and down goes Viego. Mirai on the last Grub here. Will take 1 for themselves, but that will be 5 Grubs over to FIYF. Do we have a situation where potentially they can be down almost 20 kills, but maybe Aurelia looks for a massive split push angle?
Yeah, I think that's just about the only thing that's going to get them back into the game. The fully completed Blade of the Ruined King here. But Tweety Spry is struggling to stay alive under his own turret. This is an 11 and true Draven you're facing down. The Aurora with a 7 stack Magi, I believe, and building towards that Storm Surge. Meanwhile, the Draven is knocking on the door of that tier 1 turret, and one Alex just takes a third of Tweety Spry's health, and that's not even a crit.
Yeah, Viego here helping to defend, but Tweety cannot be here. Tweety's down to a third of their health. Blade Frenzy found between 3. Here comes the ace in the hole. Pipe pop in the ultimate, and Mirai picking up another kill. Wake Up flashes forward.
The follow
looks
flash.
for more.
The follow flash comes
able to land
through.
a 2-fold hex, and
yeah,
Tweety finds themselves in another gray screen.
Yeah, as Weiwei, I think, getting taken low here by the Lulu, but will barely be able to limp out. And I stand corrected, as the solo kill is just going to come through. And that's...
You know, you've heard of a pocket Lulu? This is a battle Lulu.
Yes. Yeah, that's only a Seeker's Arm Guard and Sorcerers to their name. The Bone Skewer now comes through. Blade Frenzy forced to flash out, but it's not going to be enough. Wake Up being chased down by Atticus, but Mirai is going to be there to clean up the kill. And I think it's just all over but the crying for the side of FIYF. This unknown player is diving into the base. Wake Up takes down the Viego. An unknown player. You thought he was just waiting for the Q, but he's waiting for the E, but he's looking for the bone skewer. He'll get hooked in by the side of Blade Frenzy, but Wei gets taken down by the Draven. The flash and the barrier popped, but with all these bodies dropping on the floor, you may as well use the cooldowns.
Blade Frenzy hits the dredge line, but unfortunately it leads to his own demise. Atticus now flashing forward, looking for the kill, gets told to stand aside, and here comes the ultimate unknown player making another name for himself, pops the emote and everything. 15 minutes into this game, the inhibitor turret about to be exposed.
As we see the attempted pike ult combo come through, but it's just going to go wide. Ares has been exhausted and he's got nowhere he can run to. He will be taken down, but it's just consolation at this point. It's a 13? Yeah. No, that's
16,000 gold.
Okay. Yeah. That's a lot.
That is definitely a lot. I do think that there is an angle that FIYF is able to come back, even though Wake Up just picked up another kill on top of Tweety, and Blade Frenzy is running for their life, uses the dredge line to try to get away, but it's just gonna find themselves in the gray screen. The angle is to get
brutal.
back in this game. FIYF somehow turn off the monitors of Yi Club's PCs.
Oh god. Yeah, that's about looking like the only thing that might save their bacon. Has the Infinity Edge is completed for the Draven. Meanwhile, the Caitlyn doesn't even have a full item. Mirai here with this Leandre is just absolutely burning down the Viego. The charm does come through, but Mirai
But it's not going to be enough to save him.
Atticus just got picked off. Blade Frenzy's about to go down. And Mirai is just running. He's doing his best Mundo impression. That is,
he's going where he pleases for sure. The Seeker's arm guard finally popped by the Lulu.
Yeah, as they do manage to force out that cooldown now. Importantly, the Lulu won't have that for the rest of the game.
Unless she's sitting on 1650 gold, and then you'll just have to deal with the Zonias.
We don't talk about that. But, yeah. It's, if I had...
Oh, Mirai backs on the ward, but Blade Frenzy not there in time to stop the recall.
Yeah. If I had to pick a positive about FIYF, it's that they are punishing overextension. There is a point where Yi Club are really just taking it way too far. And FIYF are punishing
completely
that.
in the base.
And that's
here.
a cunning. And what a cunning bait. Okay, that's good. And actually, the Viego now taking over the Aurora. That's one of the most fed members. Takes down the Lulu. The second reset, the polymorph onto the Pike. But the three-man stun. Ares gets chunked. Ares gets chunked out, but he's not going down. Mirai now. Just him versus the Caitlyn. It's a triple kill for Ares. And even the dream fight for FIYF does not go their way. A cunning bait, I'll give you that much. I was fooled by it. But the wallets of Yi Club are just too heavy.
A positive to this game, they have now ruined the KDAs of Yi Club. Every single member on Yi Club has now died at least once, so there will be no perfect KDAs for any member of that squad.
Yep. That's consolation.
You have to look at the bright side when you're in a hole this deep 18,000 gold behind, 19 minutes into a game. You gotta really just take what you can get. Atticus finds a ward. That's 5 gold right there. I'd be pretty happy about that too. Wake up walking forward on top of the Viego. Not able to land the Q. Is able to go back towards the minions, happily farming away until the next wave lets them dive. It looks like we've got unknown player lands the bone skewer on top of Atticus into the Ari charm though. Saves his life way here, using the Spirit Rush to get away. Oh, not able to get to the Blast Cone in time. Utilizes the last charge. Flashes away into the loving arms of Ares, who picks up the kill for himself. The depth charge. Tag and wake up in between 3. Nothing's gonna save him. He wanted to go between worlds, but the only world he's in right now is the Shadow Realm.
Indeed, as the bone skewer
away again.
the
The
Blade
locket
Frenzy
saves him.
and the flash of Blade Frenzy to get in front of the bone skewer. A bit of a get down, Mr. President there, but the wild growth, and this is a massive Draven, both literally and figuratively, as Ares is going to live on about 200 HP. Unknown player is dashing forward. Ares picks up another onto Tweety Spray.
Mirai is just taking turret shot after turret shot, but it just doesn't matter. The 25
look at that
charges.
shield from the turtle mode, and it's after 69 kills. Nice. I did not intend to do that, but 69 kills later, are they going to go for number 70? They might just be looking for the fountain divers. Mirai is going to be brought down low. Ares just throwing axe after axe. The storm rages across the battlefield. And it's some extra kills for the side of Yi Club as they take down FIYF.
22,000 gold at the end of the game. I have never seen a game like that before. From quite literally minute number 1, 6 kills and in the level 1 invade. 43,000 damage from Ares on the Draven. Absolutely massive there in the bot lane.
Yeah, if you put together all of the damage numbers of the side of FIYF. Hang on, I'm trying to do the math in my head here.
24, 30,
15.
40, 44. It's just over Ares' damage.
It's just enough. He puts out more damage. He puts out just as much damage as the entire enemy team combined. Absolute raid boss of a Draven. But yeah, that was just
a slaughter, absolutely. There's no other way I think that we can put this, but you know, I do think that there were some shining moments from FIYF, you know, like you said, like taking advantage of those moments where Dravenpike took it a little too far underneath turrets, in the base. You know, they really tested the limits and they found them.
Yes. Now there is good news for FIYF, which is that next game, completely blank slate. No gold,
True.
no gold, no gold lead to speak of. No, the only advantage that you can say that a Yi Club come into it with is a mental advantage of having won game 1 so confidently. But if FIYF can find the mental reset, they might be able to find some answers to the play of Yi Club. But for that, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be bringing you more UCC action very, very soon. Don't go anywhere.
You imagine floating weightless, like satellites in the black sky. Will I eventually evaporate into a black hole? Or would I just stick up there? I know I sound a little crazy. I just wonder if the empty space would make me go insane. But if there's only one thing I do know, I'm here. Switch. Switch. Switch.
Who really wanted with me? I'm at the top, that's one, not two or three. This real life, baby, no make believe. I just make it look easy like ABC. I'm on it 12, let's go, I'm unstoppable. I got money flowing in case you didn't know. They used to doubt me, now I got them like, wow. Making boss moves, I've been on a roll. I'm blowing. I am unstoppable. Okay. I am unstoppable. Okay. I am unstoppable. Go. Pick up the pace. Pick up the pace.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back. Series number 3 of the day. Game number 2. FIYF is going to try to take one off of Yi Club.
Yes. Yes, Yi Club.
Yi Club coming off a very dominant game with the Draven Pike, but it looks like we are in pick ban. Draven instantly banned away along with Neferi and LeBlanc. Katarina, Nocturne, and Corki, those 3 bans remain the same from the side of Yi Club. The Ezreal Karma, a very safe lane, can output a lot of damage, but able to play very, very safe and has a lot of shielding, and you do have the Arcane Shift to get away from any big engages, whereas Yi Club taking Xerath, Milio, and Kayn. I've never seen a Xerath Milio bot lane, so I do think that would be a Xerath mid.
That's a Xerath mid. Yeah, I assume into the Akali here, which is going to be a matchup of the revolves all around the end of those particular champions. As we see Viego on. And just waiting for 2 more bans to come through. The Gragas come through. And the final ban is going to come through in just a few seconds. I'm thinking Pike, because that's still not banned yet.
But they have the Milio already.
Oh, but they do have
Unless
the Milio.
You think it could be some.
Could be solo lane Pike angle.
We saw Lulu top. I'm not even sure what we've got in the tank anymore.
Could be a Lulu ban as well. But Zoe.
Zoe, the takeaway. Instantly, Yone locked.
Yeah, as just presuming there's no positional shenanigans going on, it's just the 80 carry that has to be locked for the side of Yi Club. On the other side, the top laner and the jungler still undecided. Or the mid laner if I was choosing to do a Kali top, which we might be
looks
with
like,
the with the lock-in of this Ari.
Yep, that will be
That will
Ari
be the
locked
Ari.
in. We are just waiting on a jungle pick now. We are very, very squishy on the side of FIYF. I'm wondering if we're going to get a bigger engaged champion, someone to
like
be
a
that
Maokai,
beefy
a
frontline.
Sejuani, I can't think of a third jungle tank. I'm not very well.
A Mumu.
A Mumu. There we go. Yes.
Yeah, just somebody to provide that
lore accurate that I forget him.
Oh, I thought you'd never pick me, and they didn't.
Yes,
They locked in
as Vi stands for Vice Violent. Depends on when you ask her. Let's be real. And we'll have to wait for the final pick to come through.
Yeah, we've got that classic Vi Ari mid jungle.
And I haven't seen an Aphelios in a while. That would be fun. Darius.
Wait. That's Xerath bot lane.
Yes.
Xerath, Milio, bot lane.
That would appear to be the case, yes.
My brain does not compute the things that I am seeing on the screen. Atro, what is happening?
There's a Xerath Milio bot lane.
Alright, I know that we've hit the degen hours in the States, but I have never seen a draft like this. This is certainly one of the drafts of all time.
Maybe trying to match the Ezreal poke with the Xerath. And then just matching enchanter supports with the Milio. The Kayn is there to just sort of be a threat to take over the game, as is the Darius. Actually, as is the Yone.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
So I guess it's...
You don't want them close to you.
I guess the Xerath and the Milio are just meant to be a sort of sense of stability in the comp, providing that sort of consistent and, more importantly, safe damage so that their divers can just go to town on whoever they please.
That's true. I mean, if you get... like Yone ulted, Darius pulled anything, you're really just opening yourself up to a world of pain, right? It doesn't really matter where the Xerath is, but you're gonna see the right of the arcane right in your face.
As we just have to wait out the spectator delay, and we will be getting into game. Hello. Hello, we are back to us. Just waiting for the players to get organized in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, this would surely be an interesting one. I am curious to see if we're gonna see another interesting level 1, you know, exciting, event filled.
Almost assuredly. Now, important to note that the Milio is much better at repelling enemies than he is bringing them in.
That is true.
But you still have the Xerath, and the Darius potentially can go for the apprehend on the level 1, which can be quite strong. We'll have to see where these teams want to take it.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm hearing you out, but I'm not hearing
You're listening. They ARAM. Both teams handshake into an ARAM with these 10 champions.
The comps are way too cohesive to be actual ARAM, if I'm being honest there, but that would be an explanation of sorts. So,
you know, I do think FIYF You know, with the Kane, Yone, Darius trying to run in, and then you just run right into a Mantra Q from Karma. I think there's potential there.
I think there is as well.
No, we're definitely
we're just waiting for that spectator delay. But yeah, I will say there are definitely some strong points in the FIYF comp. The Ezreal Karma is very strong. Does a lot of poke. And when you've got a comp that wants to dive on your face as hard as Yi Clubs does, yeah, poke's gonna help them help you win that fight. When that fight inevitably does break out. And the Ari also to help to look for picks. So as we appear to be having some technical difficulties, so we will be moving swiftly on to a break. And we don't go anywhere though. We will have the action coming to you very, very soon. Don't go anywhere.
All right, we
there's no time
are
to explain.
in
We're in
game
game.
number 2. We're here, and we said no
Yes.
more 5-mans. But it looks like
Yes,
it's gonna be Yi Club who has to flash away the Yone, expending that early summoner to the level 1 invade.
Yes, as we just pushed through the early couple of minutes here as we try and get ourselves back to live. See a couple of trades coming through earlier. It is in fact the the Zereth Milio bot lane. We see the trades going back and forth here. We see the ghost now popped by the side of Wake Up, who is on the Darius. Let it be known.
Yeah, Wake Up now transitioning to the top lane here. Hit a little solo laner swapperoni going on. I love to see it. Love seeing something new. It is actually, we've also swapped a little bit on the side of FIYF. Atticus in the mid lane, Wei transitioning to the jungle.
Yeah, as we're gonna have to hold that thought as there's a dive come through. That Akali was very low on HP, and she is going to pay for having no flash with her life as she just gets dived level 3 by the side of Mirai.
Yeah, speaking of low HP, Wake Up now low as well. Akali TPing back here as we've got a fight in the mid lane. Yone has to unbind his spirit, but it looks like his spirit's about to get unbound again as he gets sent back to base as the kill goes over to Atticus in the mid lane. Notable here, Atticus does not have flash, neither does the Akali. Both solo laners for the side of FIYF running Ignite Teleport this time around. So wondering if Yi Club will take advantage of that lack of the flash summoner spell.
Indeed. I've just noticed both solo laners of FIYF opting to go flashless here. Instead going for the Ignite Teleport. But there is commandedly less action in this game than there was last game.
Infinitely fewer kills this time around as Laracanopoils hitting Twitty Spray. Taken pretty low here. Ares kept up on HP in the bounds of that comfy campfire from the Milio. Both junglers just taking camps here on the top side of the map. Dragon number 1 spawning within the next minutes. We see a trade here in the top lane. Akali goes into the shroud, able to shuriken away and is bleeding. We know that we've got both junglers now on the top side of the map. Yone has made his way up here as well, but no more fighting to be had. Everybody goes back to their happy farming ways. Mirai taking the Krugs as we start to approach dragon number 1. Looks like we don't have any level 6s coming out just yet. That it's gonna be Akali taken very low in a little bit of danger.
And on the wrong side of the rift, the Decimate to come through the Shuriken flip, and he follows it back in trying to get the burst, but it's just not going to happen as Wake Up claims his first kill of the game.
Yeah, Atticus not going to connect the charm on top of Yone here. Yone unbinds his soul to walk forward. Gets a little bit of damage in the trade.
Yep.
Couple of resets coming out from both junglers as they both make their way to the bot side of the map. Ahri pops the Foxfire. Now level 6 available. Has the Spirit Rush. Ahri did not put a point into ult. We see Atticus pinging the Ahri are not learned yet. It seems that we
a bit of a mistake here. Oh no, that happens.
But the enemy team does not know this yet, so they have to play as if Ahri does have that Spirit Rush.
Oh, the smite
is
fight.
Standing on the Raptor camp, tries to get the smite. Mirai right on the edge of the charm. That's gonna be a kill over to Atticus. Atticus 2-0 here in the mid lane.
And no Spirit Rush required for the side of Atticus to secure that kill. As
and pops the next charm on top of the Yone. Oh, does not get that cannon minion. That is a field bad, man.
But
that is a
FIYF who claim the feat of warfare. As
this is
it's going to be Wake Up goes
team.
down.
Yeah, 3 kills for the side of Team FIYF. This is infinitely a better start for them than last game. This game going, you know, a lot calmer than the last was. We are 7 minutes in. We have 5 kills. Since we see some heavy trading here that are Chronicles hitting just on the edge of Karma hitbox here. Blade Frenzy taken pretty low, but not gonna go down just yet. Karma does have the Exhaust Summoner spell instead of the heal, which you normally see, so will not have that extra bit of sustain available to them. Will take the reset, as neither jungler is just starting either of these objectives yet. Wei potentially taking a look towards the grubs, is picking towards the top side of the map. Mirai popping the ultimate, but Ari here blowing the ignite. Remember, Ari took ignite instead of the flash and picks up the kill underneath the turret. Mirai went a little bit too deep there.
Yeah, no, and that's going to be a 4-0 Ari, which may be a bit concerning as the game goes on, as our faithful observer switches around the roles. Make sure we know who is where. But we see that now the Wake Up is looking over towards these grubs. And that's fully stacked now. Wei goes down. Blade Frenzy in a world of trouble. The flash crippling strike means that Wake Up is going to claim a second kill, and the score is tied up. But look at the gold totals.
2,000 gold, the difference here. Atticus slamming charm after charm, does have the spirit rush now and is able to use it, does get the extra charge. Can they land one more? Darius landing the pull. Mirai into the knock. Wake Up now running down Atticus. Remember, this is a no flash Ari. The flash Q from the Vi goes just a little wide, but Atticus landing the charm for the shutdown. That's a 5-0 Ari. Roa already completed here at 9 minutes into the game. Atticus now putting the team absolutely on his back, taking charge as this mid laner. As we say, Wei going to start the grubs here. It's able to grab the first. It looks like Mirai is grabbing this wave on the top side of the map. Akali had to use the second charge of the ultimate to get out. Wasn't able to get a perfect execution there, but was able to dash to safety as Wei claims grubs for FIYF.
Indeed, as it's a Rod of Ages finished very early for the side of Wei. That's going to feel very good as we're able to get that extra level and the extra stats very, very early on. Oh, sorry, that's Atticus on the Ari as Wei just manages to kill the Yone. He's now 0-4 and not having a very good time in this game. The Rite of the Arcane, though, gets popped. We can see the edge of the range there, as I believe it is targeted towards the bot lane. But no kills are going to come through. Tweety Spay just managing to live, but with this wave coming in, he has to watch out. The True Shot Barrage comes through. The Arcano Pulse is going to go wide. Stun Orb has been committed and also misses. And in the end, Tweety Sprite is going to be A-okay.
Yeah, Ezreal makes it out with his life, but at this point, if you take a look at that bot lane turret, barely 2 plates left standing here at 10 minutes. So this Xerath Milio has been hammering on this turret, really taking a look at the structures here. So they do have that gold in their pockets. They're up about 30 CS on the Ezreal, but here comes Mirai into the stun, picks up the easy kill on top of an unsuspecting Karma. Yone makes their way into the fray, finds Wei and Tweety. The Fate Field, not gonna find anyone, but that turret is getting a little low for comfort. Ares taken pretty low here. The Arcana Pulse used on the minions to clear it, and that's gonna be first turret going over to Yi Club as they commit 4.
Yeah, and so now it's going to be down to the feat of monster hunting to see who takes those feats of strength. As Wake Up is just going to proxy a wave here. And given that Shojin is fully finished, I think he's very much strong enough to do that. Meanwhile, as hold
Atticus
that
Spirit
thought, though,
rushes
Atticus,
forward. Charm not gonna connect. Orb of Deception gonna land a little bit of damage, and there it is. Akali finding the perfect execution onto Darius. Will not be decimating anyone today as Yi Club makes their way towards the dragon.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Atticus, despite being 5-0, hadn't been getting much done on the map, but he seems to have read my mind as he heads straight out and manages to grab that pick onto Wake Up. We see the Mercury treads coming through, and Mirai's going for the Shadow Assassin Kane.
Oh, this Kane is going to be a problem. Blue Kaline, if you are a squishy champion, is going to make your life hell. So if I am this Ezreal or this Karma, I am always ready and looking to see when that Kane is coming over the wall.
Indeed. Keep an eye on those walls. Ares now moving towards this mid lane. The Malignance, the first item, wanting to get that Rite of the Arcane up as much as possible. Now just going to look to clear out these waves safely. But hold that thought as the Vi may have something to say.
With
that
the Vault Breaker. Does land it, but not enough follow-up damage there. Orb of Deception tags Milio for a little bit of a chunk. Shadow Assassin is looking towards this mid lane. Does land a little bit of damage, but here comes the Yone. Finds way into the Fate Sealed Find Entomb, but it's gonna be Mirai who goes down. The Rite of the Arcane is popped, and it's gonna actually be a 1-for-0. Yi Club losing their jungler in that fight.
Indeed. And yeah, just Yi Club just unable to find the damage that they need. But despite all these kills, and Wake Up has just killed the Akali. But despite...
Speaking of kills, the Noxian Guillotine coming down on the Akali.
Yeah, as Akali appears to be giving some props to the Darius.
Oh, at least we see some wholesome all chat happening here in game number 2.
Indeed. As, yeah, definitely some outplay potential to be had on that Darius against that Akali, and the respect is shown. But despite FIYF leading in kill score, it's actually Yi Club who are leading in gold, owing it to the CS values of both the Kayn and the Darius, well as partially the Xerath. And so they're going to be
almost doubling Weiwei's CS here. He's got almost 1,000 gold on him alone.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's popped 2 of the grubs, but Weiwei comes in able to tag the 3rd. So he doesn't get the point from that feat of monster hunting because the grub was taken away, but now they're scuffling for the Scuttle Crab. Scuttle is picked up by Mirai, who's maybe looking in for more. Wake Up is looking in on the Apprehend. The Kayn ult is popped on top of Weiwei. The Rite of Arcane tags him as well. Weiwei goes down. Blade Frenzy to follow as Yi Club take over the topside jungle of FIYF. Atticus on the run here. No flash available. Does have the Spirit Rush if he gets into a pinch. Speedy is stuck here in the bot lane. Charm's not going to connect onto unknown player.
As we see Charm come through, but the breath of life, is it going to be enough? This Leandre is ticking down. A second juke on the Orb of Deception. The Charm also going wide, and there's no more Spirit Rushing to be had. Missing out on the kill is the side of Atticus.
Yeah, Milio popping the instant breath of life to cleanse the charm on Ares. Ares, though, did have to pop that barrier on the last Orb of Deception. So they're going to take a quick reset here. I just realized that this is actually Dark Harvest Milio.
Ah.
this is not airy. We're not looking at Guardian, a pure Dark Harvest. So I thought we would see a little bit of an AP build. We do have the 4-stack Dark Seal coming out for Unknown Player on the Milio here.
And also the Staff of Flowing Water.
Completed.
Yeah.
For that extra bit of AP.
Indeed. As Ares just continuing to trade waves in that mid lane, the Kane hovering down towards this Drake, but not a single Drake has been taken this game by either side.
And Mirai just kind of hovering around it, taking a look for camps to take away from Weiwei. Atticus now just trying to farm up as much as possible. Does have a 30 CS lead on top of the Yone. Some pegs now starting to come out on this bot side as we find Weiwei out. The soccer ball not going to find him. Weiwei flashes away, but finds himself between a Xerath and a Kane. Atticus on the backside of the fight pops the Spirit Rush to get out of trouble. The Arcano Pulse not going to connect. Charm not going to land either, but Akali finds themselves between 4. True Shot Barrage tags a few, but it's not enough to do enough damage. Tweety, Speedy looking for some poke. Hopefully trying to delay this dragon, but there's just too many of them and they're so healthy. The soccer ball connecting on top of Tweety has to arcade shift away. Here comes Mirai. Tweety is able to flash, pops the barrier into the right of the arcane mark. It's gonna be Mirai picking up the kill. Right of the arcane continuing to tag Blade Frenzy into the Noxie and Guillotine. Wake up says wake up. It is Darius time today. That's gonna be Dragon. And more than a few kills going over to Yi Club, extending their gold lead now up to 5,000 gold.
Just like my ranked games, the only time these teams seem to remember that the Drake exists is when they get a kill around them. I do jest though, as we've got another fight breaking out, and Weiwei is just dead. The Umbral Trespass onto the side of Atticus, but the Akali coming through. The Ignite goes down, and the Pain's gonna be forced out of the wall by the damage. Kept alive by the Milio, the Stunning Orb, and the Soccer Ball connect. Still trying, but it's the Yone who goes down. Akali, yeah, Akali gets 2, and now Atticus is still chasing the Milio, running for their lives. Ares is out of mana. Gets the
Ares, but it's not enough.
It's not enough. What a chaotic fight. As Wake Up is just walking down and seeing what he can get. Flashes over the wall, but that's not where Atticus went. The charm potentially still there.
The arcane. Atticus taking so low. The last one finds them. Wake Up pops the ghost. They're just gonna keep fighting in the jungle. Here comes Weiwei, lands the Vault Breaker on top of Wake Up into the cease and desist, and that's a shutdown.
Yeah, cease and desist, says the side of Weiwei, and the Akali finally goes down to Mirai. And at the end of it all, the gold lead, the kill score has changed, but the gold lead hasn't. The Fate Seal, the comboed with the Breath of Life, means the root has no effect. And that's a lovely little kill from the side of the Yone.
Unknown players 0-0 and 11 on this Milio in that last fight, keeping so many people alive with the warm hugs, keeping them nice and cozy around the campfire. Had so much sustain. That sequence went on for like 2 straight minutes of just pure chaotic fighting, coming back to life, finding people more ult and on cooldown. This is exactly the chaos that we wanted to see in game number 2 as Atticus now taking the last couple of minions from this wave. We do have Rift Herald spawning on the top side of the map and Otacon along with it. Both objectives here on this top side. Wake Up is on the bot side of the map, does not have any teleport, but it's going to be Blade Frenzy trying to ward, finds Mirai, finds the right of the arcane, and they're going to find a gray screen to go with it. Atticus here in the mid lane, but Tweety Speedy is stuck in the bot lane with Wake Up, and now they find Mirai. Arcane shifts away, but it's not going to be enough. The Noxie and Guillotine tries to take the kill, but it's actually going to be Mirai who gets kill credit there. Weiwei knows that they cannot walk into this jungle now. This is not theirs. These camps are no longer on their side. It's gonna be Wake Up and Mirai looking for that bot side tier 2 when they'll find it for an extra bit of gold. Gold lead now extended to almost 7,000 for the side of Yi Club.
Yeah, as we see the Akali here working, trying to take down the Yone. The Fate Seal come through, but the perfect execution off the back of that shuriken flip, and nothing's perfect, but that's pretty damn close. As
Lots of pings now coming out to the top side of the map. Mirai is looking for someone. Does not find the Akali. Akali here, not sure if he sees him. Mirai coming over the wall, tries to use the shuriken flip to get away, but it's just too easy. Mirai goes on a rampage as we see Atticus spirit rushing forward into the charm, lands on top of Wake Up. The cease and desist coming out of Vibe. They're rooted. Way picking up the kill on top of Darius. Mirai backing away to the safety of the turret. Unknown player here clearing the vision with their jungler. The Otacon has been aggroed, but will look to reset very soon. Mirai looking for try number 2 over the wall. Knows that Ahri doesn't have the ultimate. The Right of Arcane has been popped, and that's gonna be a kill for Ares. On a killing spree now. Wei has started the Herald. We're getting some good wards out under here. It's gonna be Yone still matched by Tweety Speedy here on the bot side of the map, but the teleport is coming through. Akali is back, and they have their eyes set on the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they want to be taking that one down. But the gold lead of Yi Club, it's not quite to the scale it was in the first game, but it just continues to balloon. This spot lane, just like as we said in the draft, just providing the consistency that Yi Club needs, and those long range Right of the Arcanes. As the unknown player gets a kill onto the Akali, I presume that was not a solo kill, and he's just claimed the kill credit as he's going to put himself on the board.
Yeah,
and
huge
now
there. Wake Up did pop the ghost on Darius in order to get the pull, but be happy as they're running way out of their own jungle. Wei now over 120 CS down, but just unable to have access to their camps because the jungle is just so often occupied by members of Yi Club.
Indeed. Yone now clearing out the mid lane as the Articon was taken by the side of Yi Club. We see now Wake Up working on this turret, but he's got an Akali that he has to deal with. He'll take the turret, and now he'll take the flash, and it's all a cunning bait, as now the teleport is going to come in. Wake Up getting low on health. The Yone arrives, the Right of the Arcane from downtown is going to rain down damage on the side of FIYF. Blade Frenzy is not long for this world as he frantically tries to run away, but the Yone is going to be able to chase him down, and the bleed is what finishes him off as Baron is on the board if Yi Club would like to go for it.
It looks like they are looking for structures and looking for a kill on Tweety. Here comes Mirai coming through the wall. The Arcane Shift and the flash away finds the Yone. And that's going to be Mirai going unstoppable. Picks up the kill with the Umbral Trespass.
Yeah, no, just so easy to tower dive on that Kane with the aggro reset. And the Axiom Arc and the Hubris, but finished for the Kane means he's fast, he hits hard, and he can do it often. As we see a little bit of dual camping here with the blue buff and the Gromp. Zion continues to look for get work done. Wake Up prowling around
looking for
in
his
the jungle.
camps on the bot side. Not gonna find anything. Still has the Herald available. It does look like a few members of Yi Club are looking for the resets here, but Wake Up finding Blade Frenzy. Noxie and Guillotine sends him back to base, and Wei the next target. There's the double kill. He's looking for another, but Atticus says, I'm out of here.
Yeah, the charm
pop not gonna
does
connect.
go wide. And with no ghost, he's going to find it hard to catch up. As now the breath of life comes through. The flash has to be expended by the side of unknown player. The Ari is still looking for it. The Ari will get the shutdown, but it'll cost him. It'll cost them their life. As Wake Up is going to get the other kill onto the Akali. And they can start knocking on the base.
The 4 remaining members of Yi Club now knocking on the doors of these inhibitor turrets. The Vault Breaker gonna tag Wake Up, but he is healing up here. He's got backup. The Fate Sealed not gonna connect. The Arcano Pulse doing a lot of turret, but it's gonna be Yone who picks up the kill on top of Weiwei. Wake Up taken down quite low. Here comes the Umbral Trespass, leads him underneath a turret, but it just doesn't matter. The right of the Arcane does a bit of damage. Mirai picking up another, taking a few turret shots here, but it's gonna be Yone who sacrifices his life to the Akali for the getaway of his teammates.
Indeed, as we see, it's the Magi Soul Stealer here for the side of Ares, and when you can sit that far away from the fight and have that much impact, I don't blame him for speccing into this particular option. These Right of the Arcanes have just been so strong and getting that damage down that help these divers finish off their targets.
E Club taking a look again into FIYF's jungle, getting some solid vision down there. Second Dragon live still at 28 minutes. E Club having significant push and priority here across the map, but opting not to go for the Drake. Wake Up here, 1v2 down in the bot lane. Atticus looking for a little bit of poke with the Foxfire, lands the charm onto the minion to pick up that extra 90 gold. And we finally have the Rift Herald here being summoned in the base of FIYF. It will walk down this mid lane as we see the Right of the Arcane has been popped. Gets the kill on top of Akali. And it looks like we've got a fight here. The shield not enough to save Ares, and that's going to be a shutdown over for Weiwei. Here comes Mirai on the back half. Blade Frenzy popped right before our eyes. Yone unbinds the spirit to go for it. Ari with the Spirit Fresh, the charm into the Milio, who has to pop the Breath of Life, but Weiwei finds himself on the gray screen. Atticus right behind him. The pull tags Tweety, who has to Arcane Shift away. Darius popping the Ghost to get on top of him, and if I'm Tweety, I am running for the hills. Wake Up right behind him, has to pop the barrier. The Noxian Guillotine will take him down, but the return kill, that's going to be an ace for Yi Club. It's only Yone in the base right now. Akali has respawned. Mirai and unknown player making their way through to the jungle with it, but they might just look at the dragon. Yone here taking inhibitor number 2, though, as the rest of the members of FIYF are respawning. They're gonna have to start answering to these super waves.
Yeah, you got Ares. What did it cost? Everything. A team wipe on this on the side of FIYF, and with 2 inhibitors down, they're gonna have 2 waves of super minions to contend with. The one consolation for them is it's not triple inhib down, as the Right of the Arcane gets popped, looking for some damage. That does a lot of damage, despite getting some of the Magi stacks taken off. Ares still putting out punishing amounts of damage.
Blade Frenzy has to walk back to base. No way they can walk into the jungle after that. Mirai is heavily pushing in this top wave as the mid wave is coming in as well. They're getting thrown on 2 fronts as Mirai finds Akali. The shield's not enough here, as well as the Noxian Guillotine expected there. Atticus lands the charm on top of Wake Up, who gets the reset there. Atticus finds himself under turret, but not enough to save him. Some extra turret shots being taken there by Mirai, so the shutdown credit going over to Blade Frenzy, as 4 members of E Club now looking at the Nexus turrets of FIYF to close this one out. E Club undefeated today, taking 2-0 in both of their best of threes. They secure their spot in the finals as your #1 seed.
Yeah, dominant performance from the side of Yi Club. And while it took a bit for them to get off the ground once they were going, there was absolutely nothing that the side of FIYF could do to stop them. The Xerath ults, the Darius dive, the Kane assassinations. It was just too much for them to deal with. And we will unfortunately be saying goodbye to them in this tournament. It is going to be Yi Club and Senior Slayers who move through into our finals next week. Extremely well played from FIYF. Got to mess up their name just one more time. As they put in a valiant effort against both teams. They can definitely go out with their heads held high.
Yeah, even though they weren't able to walk away with a dub, you know, there were a lot of bright moments in these games. Atticus landing a lot of pivotal charms to keep his team in the game. There, you know, had, I think at 1.3 levels up on the Yone in the mid lane. So there was a lot of great work done there. Definitely tough to not be able to come away with the wins, but you can definitely see like a lot of great shining points here. They did make some good plays in a lot of the scrappier team fights, so they do have a lot to be proud of while leaving this tournament.
Indeed they do. As we get up our bracket, as we can see, it will be, well, hasn't been updated yet, but it will be Yi Club and Senior Slayers in our finals, which will be hosted next week. Same time, same place. And yeah. But I think that might be all from us. If you want to take us out, Pikachu.
Yeah, that is all she wrote. What an exciting day. We've had 3 Gatorades, best of threes. You know, so it's been a lot of fun seeing the different comps that these players have come up with. We've definitely seen some interesting things today. We've seen Xerath Milio bot lane. We've seen the Lulu top. So great to see all of the cool and like pocket picks that people are bringing out in these tournaments. So definitely a pleasure. Excited to see you all next week as the Senior Slayers take on Yi Club in the finals of the UCC. Yeah. And you know, this has been just such an amazing experience. We've had the opportunity to see 3 different teams showcase their stuff, and we could not have done it without our sponsor, our friends over at Gigabyte Aorus. Thank you to them for supporting the UNSW esports community and the players by providing some amazing Aorus products as prizes for the teams who claim their spot as the winners for our UCC tourneys. So you can check them out over on their socials on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram and show them our love and our thanks. Yeah, but thank you all for joining us here today. It's gonna be us signing off. It's been a pleasure, but I hope you guys all have a wonderful rest of your day and stay safe out there, summoners.